Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead and get started. Um, Welcome back, everyone, to our last day here. Just wanted to start off first, just reminding the public.
Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead and get started.
Also, sorry,
Welcome back, everyone, to our last day here.
Okay, sorry about that. Just wanted to remind the members of the public if they would like to provide an additional clarifying comment to let me know by the break, and then we will send you the information to connect so that you can give an additional clarifying comment. And then also, I'll just turn it over to EPA now. They want to introduce a few more of their staff that would be joining us today.
Thanks, Aaron. So this is Karen Wesson. I just wanted to start by thanking CASAC again for all the helpful comments yesterday and all the deliberation. I look forward to today as well. And then because later today we're scheduled to discuss chapters 4 and 5, which focus on the PM10 standard and the PM secondary standards, I just wanted to quickly introduce the EPA staff leads for those chapters. We have Aman Hassan, who is the staff lead for the PM10 chapter, and she will be here and happy to answer questions on that. And also Nicole Hagan, I introduce her again. She is the lead for the secondary standards and will be able to answer questions today on those as well. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Aaron. Thank you.
Yeah, we can go ahead and turn it back over to Leanne.
All right, welcome everybody. We are in the middle of our deliberations, so we will start on charge question 4 for chapter 3. And I asked that the slide with the charge question be put up so I could read it. Okay, charge question 4 is, what are the panel's views on the technical approach taken to update the risk assessment, including the approach to evaluating impacts in at-risk populations? To what extent does the draft PA accurately and clearly communicate the results of these analyses? What are the panel's views on staff's interpretation of these results for the purpose of evaluating the adequacy of the current primary PM 2.5 standards? Thank you. So the lead discussants for this charge question are Drs. Fuller, Balms, Levinsky, Desir, Tacker, Turpin, Ziegler, and Jim Boylan asked to be included as well. So we'll invite him to speak at the end of that list. So Christina, do you want to open us up with the primary comments that you think are relevant for the consensus responses?
Yes, definitely. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So, with addressing this, there's pretty much 3 different questions. So I'll provide my comments, kind of addressing them one at a time. And if perhaps the other discussants can do that as well, but if not, that's okay too. So with regards to the first question on the panel's views on the technical approach taken to update the risk assessments, including the approach to evaluating impacts in at-risk populations, I have a few suggestions that I want to mention first. So the first suggestion for this or future policy assessment is to consider morbidity-based risk assessments, which was mentioned yesterday. The focus solely on mortality does not incorporate the massive burden of chronic disease that is distributed disproportionately in the country, and including morbidities such as ischemic heart disease, just as one example, would also invite the inclusion of other studies that may include more diversity with regards to race, ethnicity, income, and other at-risk populations. There are many studies in this realm that are just as well designed and valid as their larger, long-running counterparts. And specifically, section 3.5.2.3, another suggestion is to better integrate the at-risk analysis into the risk assessments. Right now, it's in its separate section, and integrating it better would be something good to see. This would support the EPA's stated mission to determine the standards that are protective of the most sensitive in the US population. In addition, on page 3135, lines 29 through 33, just specifically with my comments about language with regards to populations of color, replacing non-white population with populations of color there in those two sentences. Also, page 173, there's been no adjustment for autocorrelation between demographic, socioeconomic, or built environment factors, and there's a lot of evidence showing that they are correlated. So I suggest that examination of these impacts be included in this or the next review. And autocorrelation may result in modeling errors and inaccurate estimates. However, with the information and the work that has been done in this policy assessments, I feel that it was done very well, but just to better refine those for future assessments. With regards to the uncertainties, there's very good language regarding uncertainties regarding the risk estimates and at-risk analyses. An additional uncertainty to include is existence or lack of monitors in high exposure areas where at-risk populations may reside. And the current risk estimates are very good. However, they could be improved with additional monitoring at key locations. Chapter 2 provided data on the PM2.5 concentrations, comparing near road monitors to those away from monitors, finding that those near roads were higher, and the limited number of near road sites would impact both epidemiological findings and risk estimates. So perhaps the recommendations for the draft PA should include some language detailing this complex relationship and any potential impacts on the models. So those are my comments with relationship to that first question. The second question, well, to what extent does the draft PA accurately and clearly communicate the results of these analyses? I think the explanation of the categorization of the selected urban study areas or CBSAs is very well described. I recommend revising figure 316 to distinguish between those just meeting the standard to those exceeding the standard. I think that would be another level of information that would be good for readers to be able to better understand. That information is a good accompaniment to the text given in the previous paragraph. And also it appears that there may be a typo with one of the numbers, maybe incorrect, because when I'm adding it up, the 16 CBSAs exceeding plus the 30 meeting near or nearly meeting the standards totals 46 and not 47. So maybe that's an error on my part, or if the EPA can clarify that, that's just a small change. Also, with regards to communicating the results, the figure 320 provides excellent data broken down by race and ethnicity. I suggest making the change to this figure and 321 to organize the data alphabetically. And this way there's a comparison of all race ethnicities more equally. So there's not a focus on white SRF referent category. Also, I conclude, and this was mentioned yesterday by Stephanie, about the 2019 draft ISA supplement provides additional evidence of higher exposures for some at-risk populations, in particular populations of color and especially Black populations and Hispanic. So therefore, the sentence beginning on line 14 should state that the current evidence improves our understanding of increased risk for some at-risk populations. Also, this paragraph would benefit from a few sentences discussing how the aforementioned factors are often correlated with each other. Again, mentioning how autocorrelation is also a concern. With regards to specifically on page 169, lines 25 through 28, it discusses the D et al. 2017 article, and it discusses it presents saying that I think the amount of variation described was not that much. It would be helpful to readers to provide the variation explained by the model, just so they can have that quantitative result there for reference. And with regards to the last question, the panel's views on staff interpretation of these results. I believe that they are appropriate given the information as presented here. However, as mentioned yesterday, very much the focus on the annual standard being the mean, will provide only changes of the average standards being also a mean standard, which does not reduce disparities sufficiently. In addition, the term at risk has not been used as consistently as this chapter as it was used in the draft ISA supplement. Sometimes it refers to, in this particular sentence, it implies at risk is only children, older adults, and those are pre-existing conditions. And we know that that's much larger than that. So just to make that clarification. And in addition, I have some formatting comments that I'm not going to read. I have several formatting changes as well. So that's it. Thank you. And you're still muted, Leanne.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Next up is John Baums.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Christina. Because there are a lot of people that will be speaking, I'll try to be brief, and I'll start off with supporting almost everything that Christina said, and especially the issue that David Rich brought up yesterday about the health outcomes for the risk assessment being mortality. And I misspoke yesterday when I talked about lung cancer, because I was thinking about lung cancer diagnosis. As a pulmonologist, we now can keep lung cancer patients from dying more frequently than in the past. But the actual study that was used in the risk assessment here was a study by Turner et al., which was actually an ozone study. I'll come back to that in a second. And that was focused on mortality. So it's lung cancer mortality. So all three of the health conditions, total mortality, I guess it's non-accidental total mortality, ischemic heart disease mortality, and lung cancer mortality. They're all mortality. And I totally agree with both David yesterday and Christina today that it would have been nice to have a more morbidity outcome in the risk assessment. And for that matter, I think that staff should justify the choice of those three, because they're just thrown up there. We know from the ISA, the supplemental ISA, and the previous sections of this chapter that these are all conditions that are associated with PM 2.5. I don't have any problem with that, but why these three as opposed to others? I think a few sentences justifying the three would be important, especially given that the paper chosen for lung cancer mortality, the concentration response, is really an ozone study. I was the associate editor for the review of this paper. I know it well. It's a good paper, and I think probably the reason staff picked it was in part because there was a lot of adjustment for covariates. But my question for staff is, did they have the raw data for the concentration response, or did they just use the central tendency data that's reported in the paper? There's a hazard ratio with confidence intervals, which did show that regional PM 2.5 was associated with increased risk of lung cancer. But again, I think justifying not only lung cancer mortality and the other two outcomes, but why that particular paper was chosen would be helpful. The one disagreement I have with Christina's excellent set of comments was, I think the justification for the 47 CBSAs, I guess it's CSBA, right? Whatever. By the way, that's only written out, that acronym is only written out in a footnote. And I had to look it up because I missed it in the footnote. So I think, core statistical business area or whatever it is, should be a little bit more clearly spelled out. So the 47 yeah, I understand the criteria that staff used, it's stated there, but to say that there's sort of sufficient geographic diversity, I have a problem when I look at the map. There's a whole section of the country, including where Leanne's from, that isn't represented. And, there may be good reasons for that, but I think a little bit more justification of that geographic diversity would be helpful, to me at any rate. I think also there was exclusion of some communities or some of these core statistical areas that had exceedances, like due to wildfires, which I think is a little bit, I sort of understand it on a certain level, but on the other hand, as I pointed out yesterday, people are getting exposed to PM 2.5 and have health risks from that, even if it's due to wildfires. So to sort of exclude those areas when thinking about risk assessment, at least I think that should be justified better. Let's see. I don't want to repeat what Christina said because I had some of the same comments. I think without trying to find it, so I won't be giving the actual number of the subsection, but when in the uncertainty discussion, there's mention of potential confounders of the PM 2.5 mortality association, and things like socioeconomic status, race, ethnicity are listed as potential confounders. But there are also, as Christina indicated, there are effect modifiers to enhance the effect of PM 2.5 on the mortality outcome. So I think just limiting the discussion of uncertainty in terms of those factors to confounding and not mentioning that, in fact, they may underestimate the effect of PM 2.5 on vulnerable populations is a little bit problematic, and I would like to see some discussion of effect modification there as well. I basically want to congratulate the staff for a lot of hard work in terms of the risk assessment. I also feel that they've done a pretty good job of being clear in the description of the work. I always find the risk assessment, I've been on a lot of CASAC panels, and I always find the risk assessment discussions about, just meeting the current standard and then alternate standards be dense and hard to read. And I think you've done a pretty good job here. And I think the interpretation, as Christina said, of the results that are presented is pretty clear. And while I agree with Christina that it would be nice to have some more discussion of vulnerable populations, especially based on what was covered in the supplement to the ISA. I also would take Leanne and Terry's admonition that, how does this affect the big picture? And I think that the risk assessment clearly shows that the current standard is not protecting public health sufficiently. So while I have, these comments that I've made, I think would improve the section. On the other hand, I think the staff has done a good job with meeting the goal of the risk assessment. So I'll stop there. And I see Barbara's got her hand up. I hope I didn't misstate something.
No, John, I just had a question for you because you're talking about race and SES and some other things. And I understand why they may be effect modifiers, but not confounders. Can you explain that really quickly to me?
Well, I think they can be confounders, so they can introduce bias if not properly assessed in a study. That's confounding. But they also can be effect modifiers where they're actually enhancing the association. So, I think what the staff writes about confounding is okay. I just think they should also write something about potential effect modification. It really supports what Christina said, that that there are groups, people of color who are also of low SES, and people and white populations of low SES, all are probably at increased risk for health effects related to PM 2.5 and mortality specifically for this risk assessment. Does that
So
clarify?
just throw that out as being confounding and ignore it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, I don't think they should just limit it to confounding that discussion.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready to move on. And sounds like, John, you're done, right? Yeah, so Stephanie, want to go ahead?
Sure. Hello. Thank you. A lot of what I had in my written comments is quite similar to what's already been stated. Actually, Christina mentioned quite a number of things that I had in my list. So in the interest of time, I'm going to focus more on one specific area. I think sort of related to John's point in this risk assessment, as while I appreciate the discussions around higher risk populations being people of color, again, that term being preferential over non-white, and people of lower socioeconomic status. I also think there is an underemphasis on the risk of the current PM's 2.5 standards on the respiratory health of children. And I think that I think John mentioned this yesterday, that there's a wealth of evidence that's cited in the ISA documents, and not as much in the ISA supplement, but in the ISA and in the summary that was included as part of this PA, in terms of the associations between PM 2.5 and impaired lung function growth, decrements in lung function, and asthma development in children. And I think that a discussion around children and the respiratory effects on children could certainly strengthen the overall message in this high risk population, this risk assessment. And I just thought it was interesting that that wasn't included at all in sort of the risk assessment, especially because you think about children becoming adults in the future, and a lot of these long-term mortality and morbidity consequences that we're concerned with in adults, if we address them. And with respect to children, I think it could have long-lasting effects. A lot of the other comments that I have here have already been mentioned. There's just one on page 355. There's a comment about the highest rates of asthma being in Black and American Indian populations, but there are some Latino populations, like Puerto Ricans, for example, that have some of the highest asthma prevalence rates, and that wasn't included in there. And I mentioned yesterday about this table, which table is it again? There's a table, I apologize, 3.3, that I also thought was another area where we could highlight, where it could be highlighted some of the racial, ethnic background differences in childhood asthma. I think that would be informative for this section. I think those are the main things I wanted to bring up for the general review, and the rest of the comments are included in my written statement.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next up is Neetha.
Hi, good morning and afternoon, everyone. I'll try to, I also approach these as 3 separate questions in doing my assessment, and we'll try to add to the conversation in the sake of being efficient. For the first question about the panel's view on the technical approach taken, I'll build on the conversation about why, questioning why it was limited to mortality. Section 3412 starts by stating, consistent with the overall approach for this reconsideration, this risk assessment has a targeted scope that focuses on mortality. Yet both the ISA supplement and the 2019 ISA present health effects, specifically meeting the level of causality for cardiovascular morbidity. While I know this has been brought up already, I think putting in a better or a more a rationale in this section specifically about why they decided to focus just on mortality would be helpful, given that there is enough evidence with cardiovascular morbidity and the rest of it being presented in the other parts of the supplement. It does feel a little bit missing that there's not a rationale here. So something that hasn't been brought up yet, Also in section 3412, I was trying to understand a little bit more about how the studies that were included in table 313 were considered when developing the risk assessment models. This is something that's new to me. Since I'm new to CASAC, I'm not familiar with how the risk assessments are done. And so just a little bit more explanation. I went through the Appendix C a few times over and finally was able to kind of gather that, but it would have been helpful up front. My assumption is that these studies also included had available data for lower concentration response effects, where they were seeing the observed health effects with mortality, and then also just while the policy assessment states that the concentration response were estimated from these studies, it's less clear how those population structures from those studies were considered when modeling over the 47 urban study areas. Some of this is buried in the appendix, especially with regards to age, sort of Medicare beneficiary and race ethnicity. But it took 3 or 4 times reading it to be oh, it would have been nice to even just have one of these sentences up in the main document text. So I didn't have to go and find it and then find my place back. It would have just made the reading a little bit more easier and clearer, especially as someone that's new to reading these risk assessments. And so especially how those population structure variables are considered, since that they help determine the effects in the 47 urban areas. For section, again, in this same section, this is a smaller point, but for mortality in the main text, the level of analysis isn't included. It's only in one sentence deep in Appendix C, where it reports that this is at the county level for the data. I also just wanted, it would be great to hear from EPA staff why this level of analysis was chosen for mortality, given the variability in each of the urban areas. Across the urban areas, I didn't knowing why a lower level analysis wasn't considered, like the zip code level, considering that a 12-kilometer grid was made with the air pollution modeling. And so I would think that you could go down in your level of analysis. And they did present some of the 12-kilometer grid results in the appendix. So just a little bit of clarity on that would be helpful. And then the other part with for just a little bit more of the rationale in the for this section is, I think this was brought up by Dr. Bell yesterday, is the decisions for deciding on using a linear relationship at the lower concentration level is needed. I think it was brought up yesterday that there is likely a threshold level at very low levels of PM 2.5, but we just don't know what that is. But it's likely much lower than the 8 level that's used for here, which I will defer to this group as the experts on that. But just as some of that explanation about why a linear relationship was assumed for the risk assessment would be helpful. And then let's see, there's in line page 3133, lines 10 to 12, there was discussion that there was going to be 2 methods that would be used in the risk assessments that would lead to a reduction in PM 2.5. And then they also gave the rationale as to why the 2 adjustment approaches would be considered to be helpful. Sorry, my request is that a rationale as to why the 2 methods for considering the risk assessments with those 2 methods. One's like a primary reduction in PM 2.5 for sources, and then the secondary reduction in PM 2.5 by focusing on other sources. I think this would be helpful, especially since the risk assessments for at-risk populations is limited to just using the primary reduction of PM 2.5 sources. And there is a line of rationale for that. But since the secondary method's not used, I think just adding in a little bit more about what the presumed health benefit would be if you did only primary sources versus secondary sources would be helpful here, because then I think that would be helpful in thinking about the at-risk population assessment, since those are only limited to that primary assessment, a primary reduction approach. And then the last piece is with regards to the at-risk populations that were decided to be evaluated, and this is on page 3135. It identifies the demographic groups that may increase health risk from PM 2.5 and names life stage, race, ethnicity, and SES. The rationale for why risk assessments were only considered for race, ethnicity followed. I think the rationale is a bit diffuse and can be benefited from tightening up the language to allow the reader to more clearly understand why life stages and SES were not considered. So for example, for life stages where older or younger populations not included because it'd be harder to measure mortality as an endpoint for that group. Or it's same thing for older populations, is that because mortality may be hastened in that group, and it'd be harder to account for multiple confounders such as pre-existing disease or frailty. And then for SES, I didn't feel like there was any rationale given, and so that would be helpful for why it wasn't considered as a stratified analysis later on. So those are just my initial comments about the technical approach. For the second question about the extent does the draft policy assessment accurately and clearly communicate the results of the analysis, this just want to acknowledge the work by the EPA staff. Like, this was a tremendous effort, and I thought as many of the questions I had about the assumptions and like some clarifications about the approach, like the way the results were presented were really, really clear and easy to follow, especially with the main takeaways being bulleted. And so I really just want to commend that. And I think the suggestions that have been made already by my colleagues, I will echo those and agree with those and won't repeat them. I think one more of a comment, and this came up yesterday by Dr. Fuller, is that while I think maybe a little bit of a comment on or explanation about acknowledging that the gap in mortality between different race and ethnic groups decreases as the standard goes down, but it does persist. So I think maybe trying to provide some explanation of why this persists, and is it because of some of the modeling assumptions? Is it also because of gaps in understanding in the research? And this may go to one of the other questions that is coming up. And is this like an area where for future efforts where more research is needed to better understand the persistence of the disparity despite bringing down levels? And then that would be it. I have some specific comments, but those are regarding like formatting, but I'll leave those to my rank comments.
All right, thank you very much. I think Barbara Turpin's next.
Great, thank you. So, first, it's worth saying probably that the risk assessment used here follows sound risk assessment principles that are consistent with those that have been used in previous years, right? And that's appropriate. We've gotten to a point, I think, where it's really totally possible to do a risk assessment over the whole country rather than 47 CSAs. And I'm not suggesting EPA does that now, but it would be, it's definitely worth considering next time to do that. So I think that generally this risk assessment is appropriate, except the risk assessment really has been used to make an argument in the PSA, in the policy assessment, that it's worth focusing on the annual standard rather than the 24-hour standard. And so the one concern I have is that in doing the risk assessment, EPA was careful to avoid areas where there are, periodic summertime wildfires that may really affect the 24-hour concentrations. But when you do that, you also exclude areas where there's substantial wintertime home heating by wood stoves. And so it seems to me like those areas, including the Northwest, but not only in the Northwest, some of those areas are in the Southeast, and in the mountain states. But, I have to wonder how this omission may alter the results of the analysis, including the assessment about whether or not the 24-hour standard is adequate. It seems to me that the 24-hour standard is more likely to be the controlling standard in areas that have substantial wintertime wood stove heating. So I think that's my main concern, and it was my concern in the policy assessment a year or two ago when I read it last. So that's it for me.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if EPA wants to comment on that, or maybe if they.
Sure. If EPA wants to comment, we'll invite them to do that now.
I'm not sure if we have any comments. Elizabeth Chan, is there anything that you would like to comment on?
I don't think so. I think that might end up being an air quality modeling type question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, I'm going to invite Deborah Corey-Slechta to make her comments, and she has her hand up.
Yeah, I just want to strongly second what John Baums was talking about, this notion of confounding versus something that's a confounder, sort of eliminating things. I think we need to remember that almost all of the diseases and disorders that are a problem are complex diseases and disorders. And so talking about something as a confounding factor, when in fact, that's just what happens normally in a population, means that by considering it a confounder and not including it, we're not going to be protecting public health. Public health is not, the public is not a group of people without coexisting diseases and disorders. So I think this is a very important point, and something that the agency has to grapple with even on a larger basis. So thank you.
Okay. And we may want to return to that point when we open it up as well. I'm going to move on to Corey Ziegler.
Okay, thanks. I don't think I really have much to add, having a last name that starts with Z and always following other great commenters. I had the similar sort of lack of clarity, or maybe I just missed any explicit rationale for why the focus on just these mortality outcomes, given the information in the ISA. So other people had mentioned that. I also, as I think Neetha mentioned, think that some of the details on the spatial resolution of the population data used for the risk assessment, I personally think that stuff might be useful to not be so buried, just to try and put the results of these types of assessments, in particular for the at-risk populations, into context. So I'll second that. I thought the risk assessment for the at-risk populations was done appropriately, and I thought it was the sort of uncertainties around that in terms of using, a relatively more limited evidence base for the concentration response functions in those at-risk populations. I thought all of that was appropriate. And and well done. I thought that, I don't know if this exactly speaks to the stated concerns about confounders and effect modifiers here, but I actually thought that this part of or really the whole PA did a pretty good job of pointing to how certain elements of the ISA supplement reduced certain uncertainties around something like a concentration response function or confounding, which I think is an appropriate way. I guess the EPA obviously has a better idea of what they want in the ISA and what they want in the PA, but I personally found it appropriate and I really liked the way that the PA explicitly pointed toward things in the ISA supplement that reduced specific uncertainties that are of course important for the risk assessment. So that was really much appreciated. I also I kind of want to, I'm curious whether this resonates with other members of our committee here, is I want to talk to an issue that I think Neetha also brought up, which is the two different air quality modeling scenarios focusing on reductions in primary PM and secondary PM. So I know, I think enough about air quality modeling to appreciate the importance and the difficulty in all the different types of emission scenarios one might consider in air quality modeling. I don't know that I know enough about air quality modeling to have a really specific suggestion for what else to do. But I think this idea of the primary and secondary scenarios was described pretty well. It seems like a reasonable way to me to kind of balance, to sort of consider the differences in those types of very broadly construed changes in emissions that might reduce air quality. That is, I think, how it was done in the 2020 PA. But what I kept thinking about is, especially in part of the discussion we had yesterday, I think David Rich was at least one of the people who brought this up, is that as levels come lower, sort of individual sources or source types, this seems like it's going to become an increasingly important issue. And perhaps important enough that this kind of general primary secondary approach is no longer going to be able to answer the most pressing questions for the risk assessment. It's something that, at least in my mind, is a little related, is all the issues about wildfire smoke and other things, but particularly wildfire smoke that keep coming up. It seems like these types of things are going to have to make their way into the types of modeling scenarios going into the risk assessment. And so I guess that's all to say, maybe this should go in the sort of future considerations section, but it's all to say that I appreciated the description of those two different primary and secondary modeling scenarios, including the description of why only the primary one was used in the at-risk populations. But it seems like to me that this is something that's going to require a lot more consideration, probably not in this PA, but in future ones, as levels come lower, as particular sources become perhaps more important for setting a regulatory standard, and as wildfires become more of an issue that has to be dealt with. I think that's all that I had to say about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. I see John Bombs has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. You asked if your last comment resonated with other members of the committee, and it certainly did with me. So, again, I don't think it's something that they can do, that staff can do for this PA, but I think definitely for the future that's needed. And just to clarify my comments about effect modification versus confounding, I totally agree with you. The staff has done a good job of showing how the association that they're using in the risk assessment between PM 2.5 and mortality outcomes are strengthened, with recent literature. But I think in terms of the risk assessment, what I think Christina and Stephanie and Deborah and I are saying is that and Neetha, in terms of the people actually at risk, that needs to come out, not just the fact that the association is more robust because we have studies that have dealt with the confounding issue.
Thank you. Mark.
Yes, I'm a little hesitant to make this comment because it might mean that I'm disagreeing with John Baums, which I almost never do. But I'm going to jump.
You're usually right.
And I'm sure I'm right this time too. No, I have been thinking about the PAs limiting the outcomes to mortality, and the pretty much unanimous consideration of commenters in this group that they ought to include morbidities. And I wanted to push back against that just a little bit. I mean, my understanding first of all, we have to ask ourselves if we're going to ask EPA to broaden this and include morbidities, we have to ask ourselves, will this change anything? Will it change the outcome of the risk assessment in terms of determining whether the current standard is adequately protective? And given the mortality burden, even without the morbidity, I think it's pretty clear that it's not protected. So adding morbidity, yes, is going to help to emphasize the many other effects short of mortality that PM 2.5 is associated with, but I'm not sure it'll actually change the decision-making process here. The other problem with including morbidity is what morbidity to include. I mean, mortality is a solid number. And so the data is strongest for mortality. My understanding is the data is strongest because you can count deaths. Morbidity is a lot more difficult to assess. You can count hospitalizations, but the weakness there is that, the discharge diagnosis may not be totally representative of the patient's illness. And that determines kind of what bin that morbidity gets thrown into, whether it's cardiovascular or respiratory or cancer or whatever. And this would, so my understanding is this would not be a small effort on the part of EPA to expand this into morbidity. And there'd have to be some difficult decisions made about what morbidity aspects to include. Obviously, they're probably just going to include those for which the relationship has been determined to be causal, but there's a lot of subcategories of morbidity within that. So I'm not convinced that we should ask them to broaden that. And I'd like to maybe at some point ask EPA to give us a justification or give us their feedback on whether including morbidities would improve this risk assessment or not. That's all.
Thank you, Mark. Well, I see a lot of hands up, and I'll ask if there's anybody from EPA who wants to comment. You just put your hand up as well, and we'll just go through who's up. So next is Terry.
Mark, you're absolutely right. I was thinking along the same lines. If you've been on enough for CASAC committees or attended enough meetings, the panel members tend to ask EPA to do more and more and more. But I agree with you. They chose mortality to do the risk assessment, but given that everybody has questioned it, I think the last thing you said is something that the EPA should address. They should clearly state why they chose mortality. And I agree with you, it's be very difficult to be adding more and more things. They just have to justify it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
I was going to say the same thing, that the important thing in my mind is a clear justification for why the restriction that's in the current draft PA.
Thank you, John.
Yes, and I'll just chime in. I wasn't suggesting that or recommending that staff do another analysis with morbidity, but to justify why they chose mortality. And just to add something to what Mark said about hospitalizations, it depends what the discharge diagnosis is. Well, he probably also knows that death certificates are probably equally bad in terms of properly binning individuals in terms of the cause of death.
Thank you, Neetha.
I'll just add, well, I don't necessarily think that it needs to be done for this assessment. I will say the inclusion of morbidity could help with the consideration of what would be the health effect of reducing the standard. And so to have such an extreme outcome being mortality or death, then you would likely need higher exposures levels to be seen to get to that outcome. But at lower levels of PM 2.5, you're going to be seeing you'll be seeing more decreases on other health effects such as cardiovascular morbidity. And so if you're trying to fine tune and decide what the appropriate level should be, then morbidity may actually help with refining that selection of the right point. But I do think that a focus on mortality is fine for the reasons, but the rationale, as stated before, does need to be included, but acknowledging that may not allow for the overarching goal of what was set out, which was to protect the margins of the population from the health effects of PM 2.5.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, hi. So I have some comments, but one comment specifically on the topic that we've just been talking about. And in fact, the last time the CASAC deliberated on this, I believe I asked the question directly to EPA of why they did focus just on mortality. And if I remember correctly, the answer I got back was, one, risk assessments take a lot of time. And due to the EPA's administrator's schedule to get a standard out by a certain deadline, there just wasn't time to do it. And so I don't know if that is also the reason why it was not done here was due to time constraints, or if there was scientific reasons why it was not done. So I agree, it would be good to hear from EPA on if it was due to time constraints or if it was due to if there were scientific justifications for not including it. So that was kind of that comment. I do have some additional comments, but if there's other comments on this, I'll turn it over to others to continue this discussion.
Yeah, let's see if that's true, and then we'll come back to you. Christina.
Yes, I wanted to, provide my input also. Definitely agree that this is not something that EPA needs to do now for this PA. However, I think like John was saying earlier, there's going to be issues with, mortality and death records, definitely the same it is with looking at hospitalizations or other types of health outcomes. I think it's most important to include morbidity because of the significant burden that it has. And in order to look at some of the at-risk populations more thoroughly, we want to look at, have more diversity in the populations, which many times are not mortality studies. And the burden relies heavily on the actual morbidity, especially with regards to cardiovascular disease, which I know most about. So we'll have more diversity in terms of race, ethnicity, to socioeconomic status, and also looking at children, which was mentioned before. So in order to really figure out what we need to do to reduce those disparities, we have to have other studies that are included. And I think those would be morbidity studies. And again, this is for the future. It's something for EPA to figure out how they can do in a robust way.
Thank you. Barbara.
What really could make a difference, though, is I think we really do need to understand if the annual standard can really be protective of 24-hour average concentrations of the acute effects or the short-term effects of PM on health. And so that's where I get back to my comment, is that I understand why EPA wants to be sure and exclude wildfire smoke from their risk assessment. But in doing so, I'm afraid that they may also be excluding areas which sometimes include large populations, which are susceptible to wintertime stagnation events, and primary emissions like wood smoke, and other things, all primary emissions really, those. So I still worry that the risk assessment is being used to say that the annual standard is controlling, and it may not be correct. They may have excluded areas where the 24-hour standard really is controlling.
Thank you. Stephanie.
I wanted to echo the comments by my colleague Nita regarding the morbidity outcomes at lower concentrations. And maybe this is a clarifying question for EPA, because I think the comment was made earlier about if those analyses would actually change the outcome of this report. And I wonder if there is the magnitude of effect in this lower concentrations, if it would seem to be larger based on morbidity, if that would actually change the outcome of this.
Thank you. Mark.
Yes, just it's an interesting concept that Nita has brought up, that there would be a sort of a dose response, a dose effect difference between mortality studies and morbidity studies. And I'm not at all sure that's true. And perhaps somebody who's more, maybe somebody from EPA could comment about whether after their review of these data that might be true. But my gestalt of the mortality data is that it shows the same thing as the morbidity data, that there are effects. It suggests there are effects well below the standard, and even down to 8, in the range of 8 micrograms per meter cubed, and that there's no evident threshold, or if there is a threshold, it's very low, as we talked about yesterday. But I don't recall seeing any evidence that there's a different dose response curve in terms of dose for mortality versus morbidity. And I'm not sure that would make sense. PM has been associated with sudden death, with cardiac arrhythmias, the dose response relationship. It may have as much to do with the risk level of the individual as it does with the actual concentration that individual is exposed to. So I think that's an assumption that may not be correct. This similarly with Christina's comment that morbidity may have a more diverse representation. I'm not sure that's true either, or why it should be true. I think people that are dying are diverse as well. And I've seen I don't recall seeing any evidence that that the burden of health effects is the distribution of that burden among people at risk is different in the morbidity versus the mortality data. I think if that were true, then that would be a legitimate point. So I just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you. Christina.
Yeah, I have 2 comments. I want to respond to Mark's comment first. So I wasn't saying that it was necessarily different. There may be an excessive burden of specific health effects, but I was mostly discussing the types of studies that are then going to be able to be evaluated and included in the assessment of health effects, and then the assessment in the risk assessment as well, of having more diverse populations included in those studies so we can better evaluate versus some of the other larger long-term mortality studies, which many of them have more, white populations, maybe similar income levels. So that was my point about that. And then I also wanted to agree with Barbara with regards to her concern about the attention to the PM, the 24-hour PM 2.5 standards and everything that she was stating with regards to that. So I just wanted to echo what her concerns as well.
Thank you. Karen Wesson, you have your hand up next.
Sure, thank you. This has been a really good discussion. I think many of you have spoken to what I'm going to say, which is, EPA, when we're putting together a risk assessment, we always struggle because we can always do more, right? I mean, there's always some place that we have to draw a line as far as how much we can do in the time that we have. And so, and we felt in the PM risk assessment that we, did a pretty good job. We were able to expand to 47 case study areas, and that's pretty important. That's pretty impressive. I don't know if you guys have looked at some of the other reviews where it's more 5 or less case study areas. So at 47, we felt like it was quite an accomplishment to get included in this review. And then to the point on the mortality versus the morbidity, Mark, I think, hit it on the nose. We focused on mortality because we felt that it would be the most informative to the decision making. When we look at adversity of effects, I mean, it's clear that the death is clearly adverse. I mean, no one is going to debate that, and so having risk estimates associated with mortality, is useful. It definitely is a resource where we have to balance whether we include other endpoints and mortality endpoints, morbidity endpoints in addition. But one thing I'll say is that when you think about a risk assessment, you're looking at an air quality pattern that's been created, right? It's been created to replicate just meeting, a current standard level of 12, and then we're looking at alternative standard levels. And then you're looking at, a CR function that's from an epidemiological study that's been paired with that air quality surface, and you're looking at the risk, the estimated risk outcomes with those two pieces of information together. And if you think about moving to our morbidity study, you're doing the same thing. You're going to pull out a CR function, but you're applying it to the same type of national. It's the same surface, the same exposure concentration information that you're using in that study. And so one would expect that nationally speaking, you would get similar patterns. You would see that similar decline. And so we felt that given all of that together, while you could always do more and you can always pull more information out of other studies, we felt that this set of information, given its really nationwide approach and having 47 case study areas and really hitting at what we felt like was the strongest and most clearly adverse endpoint, we felt that would be most informative to the decision-making process. So.
Thank you. Next up is Deborah Corey-Schlechter.
Yeah, recognizing what Karen just said, I still want to come back to the point I think Mark was trying to make and disagree with him about concentration effect functions. So, you have to think about air pollution and some other disease converging on some outcome that ultimately leads to morbidity. So you have these multiple hit models, and if you already have a hit and you're a little bit over the edge, then it might take less of an air pollution exposure to cause that ultimate morbidity. And so therefore the concentration effect curves could be where you have comorbidities, could be of greater, could be superlinear compared to somebody who doesn't have another hit that's going to converge on whatever mechanism ultimately leads to morbidity. And I agree with not trying to incorporate all that here, but I think in the future, understanding how physiology works and how these multiple hits come together is going to be critical in terms of actually protecting public health, because as I said before, we're not a population of people without other comorbidities. So just to disagree with you, Mark.
All right, thank you. I think we'll move on to Jim Boylan's other comments.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I had a few more comments I wanted to go through. So first, EPA's approach using the CMAQ model, the downscaler, SMAT CE, and BenMap, I think is appropriate. So I wanted to say that. One thing I thought was tables 3, 14, 15, 16, and 17 contain the mortality across the entire study area, the numbers. And I think it'd be really helpful to see a breakdown by individual CBSAs in each of the 30 or 47 study areas, and see how the total mortality breaks down into the individual CBSAs. And I think that I believe the information is there to do that, and I think that would be appropriate to put that into the appendix. My other comment is in Appendix C, it provides the quantitative assessment of uncertainty for 3 components, which was helpful, and then the qualitative assessment of uncertainty for 11 sources. And it really is difficult to determine the actual magnitude of the overall uncertainty associated with the estimated mortalities and risks changes in the risk assessment. And however, it does appear the overall uncertainty is fairly large when accounting for all the possible sources of uncertainty. And then my final comment might be a discussion topic here, but I'm going to go through this. So, in chapter 3, the main question I would like to answer is, how many premature deaths would be prevented if the annual standard was lowered from 12 to a lower level? And the risk assessment is the best way to look at alternative standards. And the EPA approach evaluates the change in risk associated with moving from air quality just meeting the standard, which is the 1235, to just meeting alternative standards, such as the 1030, 10 annual 30, 24 hour. And while this approach for CBSAs that are currently above the current standards is appropriate, I don't feel it is appropriate to apply this approach for CBSAs that are currently below the current standard, and that this results in estimated reductions in PM 2.5 associated mortality that are significantly overestimated compared to the actual number of prevented deaths. And I have an example here. So for example, the 2014 to 16 maximum design values from table C3 for Atlanta and New York were basically 10.38 and 10.2 micrograms per cubic meter. And the EPA approach increases these values up to 12 and then reduces them to 11, 10, 9, and 8 to calculate the reductions in PM 2.5 associated mortality at each alternative level. And in these 2 cities alone, the EPA approach calculates thousands of deaths prevented as you go from 12 to 11, 11 to 10, 10 to 9, and 9 to 8. However, if you look at the most recent design values from 2018 to 2020, Atlanta is at 9.5 and New York is at 8.7. This means that a new standard of 10 or 11 would result in 0 actual deaths being prevented. And this is just an example of 2 CBSAs, which accounts for 25% of the study population area, where reducing the standard to 11 or 10 would have 0 effect on those areas. And there's other CBSAs that are in very similar situations with their design values below 10 or 9 micrograms. And I believe the number of deaths that would be prevented at the lower standard is likely overestimated by maybe a factor of 2. And in order to accurately evaluate the number of actual deaths that would be prevented if the standard was lowered, I believe the starting point for the risk analysis in each CBSA that is already below the current standard needs to be the most recent design value, which would be the 2018 to 2020 PM 2.5 design value, and not the current NACs of 12 micrograms. So that was my comment, and I wanted to kind of open that up for discussion.
Anyone want to address that comment? Mark.
Yeah, I read your comments, Jim, and thanks for bringing them up so we can talk about them, because it's an intriguing thought. But I think the reason that EPA, and I would like to ask EPA to respond to your comments, and I see Karen is going to, and maybe, so let me shut up and let Karen respond to that.
Go ahead, Karen.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. I know we've had this. I know that you've brought this up before, and it's a valid point. And I think that the difference here is the question that you're posing is, what is the difference between if we take current air quality or recent air quality and we freeze it in time, and we say, what is the difference between that and changing to a standard? What would be the change in these endpoints? That's the question that I think you're posing, that should be answered, and that you think would be most useful to be answered. What we're answering is a slightly different question. We're saying, what is the risk associated with just meeting the standard? And we do that because there's nothing that says that an area can't go up, that the design value can't fluctuate, that it can't increase, can't decrease, but it can't change. And what we're asking is, at the current standard level, what is the risk associated with that standard? And then we say, what is the risk associated with meeting a lower standard? And as you know, like even if a standard, if the standard was reduced, everybody across the country isn't always going to be right on, that level, right? I mean, there's going to be some above and some below. And so it may seem somewhat artificial here, but really what we're trying to say is, what is the risk associated with the current standard of 12, just meaning the current standard where that's controlling, or just meaning the current standard 35 where that's controlling? What's the difference between that and meeting an alternative set of standards? And I mean, I think maybe they're both valid questions, but I just want to make sure that it's clear, like, why we're doing what we're doing and what questions we're trying to answer here.
Yeah, and Karen, so I agree that what you've done is useful to see. It's kind of a worst case scenario almost type thing. I think doing it both ways would be super informative for, making these decisions, because the example I gave, in Atlanta and New York, you reduce the standard, and in reality, you're not going to save any lives. And the likelihood of an area going from 9.5 micrograms back up to 12 is, I mean, although it's theoretically possible, in reality, it's never going to happen type thing. So, for making these, I mean, in the end, it's a judgment decision. And, the number of deaths that are number of preventable deaths is a big part of this decision. If the number is big, you got to lower the standard. If the number is very small, maybe you don't need to lower the standard. So I think it becomes a very important part of the discussion here. And, I guess if it can't be done in this one, I think going forward, it would be nice to see it in future ones.
If I could just say one thing, I think, I've done risk assessments for a long time, and I think that the more that we do and the better that we get, the more we start pushing the envelope on the technical abilities that we can incorporate into the risk assessments. And so, we do risk assessments in a way where it's, it's usually like a blanket reduction. It's not necessarily source oriented. I mean, there's certain things, certain approaches that we use, and we've used them in a manner that we try to be, I guess, more fair and have an even approach across the country when we apply those types of reduction strategies. But I think the more that we push the envelope in risk assessments, the more questions like you're asking, Jim, and the more refined analysis of how does one capture some of these emissions reductions, it gets pushed out into the spotlight. So I just wanted to make that comment, and definitely welcome any input from CASAC on recommendations of thinking about that in the future. So
thank you, Karen. I'll move to Mark.
Yeah, so I actually have another comment that I can come back to related to something else, but after this discussion at some point. But I guess just on the topic just being discussed, and I don't know whether this is out of our purview, but I assume
setting limits, at some point it's a cost benefit analysis, since we are not necessarily going to zero risk. So the flip side of the comment Jim's making is that there's absolutely no cost to setting the limit now at 9.7 because the businesses are already there, or we're already there. So wouldn't the flip side to not accounting for it from 12 be, well, we should be setting it right now at 9.7 because there's no economic cost to bringing it there since we're already there.
Except we're not allowed to talk about costs, so, or that's outside of our purview. We'll come back to you, or put your hand back up for your other comments. Barbara.
Yeah, just a side, of course, there are areas of the country that are growing rapidly and, concentrations are going up. But I thought, Jim, you make some good points, and one of them is, one result of doing it this way is that there will be people who misunderstand the numbers. And I appreciate that Jim raised this question early in our discussion. And so as I was rereading the risk assessment, I knew what they were talking about. But you will see these numbers bandied about in the press and so on. And so, at the very least, I think it's really important that it's quite clear, how that was done and why. Yeah.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, so I think my reaction to this, Jim, is I think what you're describing, the thing that I keep thinking about is which areas are included in the risk assessment. So what you're describing sounds like a type of risk assessment that would sort of have to involve the entire country to answer that question, because precisely because of the reasons you highlight. These particular areas, some of them are below, some of them are above. Whereas I'm wondering, this is really a question, just a reaction. I'm wondering whether this risk assessment done in these 47 areas, is meant to be an approximation of the question Karen posed, which seems appropriate as an approximation to that question in a limited number of geographic CBSAs. Whereas the question, if the goal was really to tabulate the number of deaths prevented or caused or whatever by a new national standard, it would seem very difficult to answer that question without data that represents the whole nation. So I don't know if that makes sense to folks or not, but that's a reaction.
Yeah, hey, Corey, and I'll just jump in. I think Barbara mentioned this. I think it would be nice to see this analysis done for the whole nation. And I think I think Karen mentioned that, the previous ones used 5 or 7 study areas. Now they're up to 47. I think this is leading the way to a national, because really the question you want to know is nationally, how many lives would be saved if we were to lower the standard? That's the question I want to know. And this gets, this starts to get in that direction, but I think you're right. We would need a national analysis to do this. And obviously it's not going to happen here, but I do think going into the future with, computer computational resources, what they are, that it can be done going forward into the future.
Okay, I see a couple more hands up. I'm starting to get a little worried about time because we have a pretty important topics to discuss still. So if we can keep it short and wrap this up, I would really appreciate it. Mark.
Yes, good, mute's off. Yeah, this will be real quick. I disagree with you on this one, Jim. I think that it would be nice to know that number, but what we really want to know is what's the difference between the worst case scenario with the current standard. In other words, if every place in the country just met the current standard, if their level was right at 12 or 11.9, how many lives, what difference would it make to lower it? It doesn't make sense to start at the point of states or regions that are already in compliance with the current standard and just start at that point and look at the deaths, the reduction in mortality, because it's not a real reflection of the difference in the standard. You know, their level could be higher or it could go higher, but it's a theoretical number. And if every place in the country, as Corey said, if every place in the country was currently in compliance with the current standard and had a margin of a microgram per cubic meter, yeah, then easy, just drop that number down. But what would you do to justify whether you should drop that number down? You still have to do this analysis to see how many deaths there would be if they were not in compliance. That's the key question here. So I'll shut up.
All right, George.
I'll be quick. I want to second the concept of doing the risk analysis on a national scale. Back in 2015-16, when we did the IRP review for the PMNACs, I believe that was one of my suggestions. We can now do it with the modeled PM and knowledge of where, how many people live where. It could be done nationally, and it would be a much more robust and I think more useful answer. So just throw that one out.
Okay, thank you. Mark, I'm going to give you the last word.
Okay, and I'm going to try and be brief, but it's not on this topic. It was the other thing I said.
Okay, that's fine.
Mention, and I only because I have been thinking about this a little bit more, and I think this is the place to do it because of the at-risk population element to this section, but it is slightly returning to the design value issue. And I understand what the design value is doing compared to an average, but if I'm getting this right, I think that if these papers that do a citywide average, because that's how analyses are done, and you at a certain level, some effect will be seen, that if you take the design value, it's routinely above the average across the rest of the population. So I get that. And if you're trying to get a level that reflects that average city level from the design value, you need to understand that difference and take that into account. But I think it may be worth being rather explicit in the text that does not mean that people who are exposed to the levels seen at the design value aren't going to have worse health effects. If the whole city was at that level, you would see health effects at that level, right? And so what that means is, yes, on average, across the city population, you will have X number of deaths or whatever the effect of the PM is. But that will be averaged across different exposure levels across that city. And so you have to acknowledge that you're leaving some people at higher exposures and others at lower exposures. And I think at the very least that has to be acknowledged. And the problem is the people that tend to be closer to those design value monitors are probably not random, right? And in fact, this whole discussion of why do disparities persist, even though we drop these things, may well be because there are still higher levels in people of color because they tend to be closer to those design value monitors. So I just don't want that to get, I understand we're not going to change the approach, but I don't think that should be put under the rug. I think that should be made quite explicit that using that difference between design value and average in a city is saying we're okay with different levels in a city, some people getting more exposure, some people getting less. And then I think it has to be recognized that that isn't random and that there are people in there close to those design values that probably look different than the general population. So I sort of feel like that needs to be a little bit explicit or we're never going to address that disparate issue.
Thank you. We'll need to figure out how to work that in. And I see Christina taking notes. So that's, I don't want to cut off discussion if people need to discuss this, but I also feel like we need to move on. And so I wanted to see if Christina feels like she has enough information to draft some consensus responses from this discussion.
I do. However, I think with regards to the future suggestion of including morbidities or not, it is kind of maybe best to explain maybe both for the moment. Yes. So I don't think there's quite consensus on that yet.
Yeah, and You know, as your small subgroup works on drafting your consensus comments, I think you'll get input there and refine that, and we will be working on that. And even if you don't have a clear sense now, hopefully by the time we get to our consensus comments, we will be there, or we will get there at that next meeting. So there's more time, there's more opportunity to address this a little bit better to our satisfaction. So I think we'll move on, and I'm going to ask that the charge question slide be put back up again. And we're on charge question 5, which is, what are the panel's views on preliminary conclusions regarding adequacy of the current primary PM 2.5 standards and on the public health policy judgments that support those preliminary conclusions? So 5A, does the discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support the preliminary conclusion that it is appropriate to consider retaining the current primary 24-hour standard without revision in this reconsideration? And B, does the discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support the preliminary conclusion that it is appropriate to consider revising the current primary annual PM 2.5 standard in this reconsideration? And the people who have been assigned to this question are Michelle Bell, John Baums, Deborah Corey Schlechter, Mark Frampton, Terry Gordon, and Mark Weiskopf. And I'll ask Michelle to lead us out, and whether you want to separate this into 2 discussions or whether you want to just tackle them both sort of together.
Yeah, thanks, Leanne. So I'm going to talk about things together. I think whether people want to talk about them separately or together may depend on whether or not they have different answers for the 2 questions. I do not, so that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to try to be brief since we're a little behind on time, and also I don't have an enormous amount of comments for this section that I think are important to say here. I don't want to do a line by line kind of edit. So overall, I thought these were very well-written sections. I thought they accurately summarized the evidence and summarized some of the uncertainties around that evidence. My overall answer to the questions of, does the discussion provide appropriate, sufficient rationale? From my opinion, it's yes in both cases. I do have some suggestions which largely relate to concepts. One, they're both things that I've brought up and other people have brought up before, but I think they're relevant to this subsection. One is the issue of a threshold. So again, we see the language that is technically true, that the studies have not identified a threshold. But I think richer context would be that the studies have not identified a threshold and indicate that either there is no threshold or it is at very low levels, far below our ability to study. So there's a difference between saying we haven't identified a threshold and saying we have evidence at effects well below the standard. And we are not finding a threshold. So just for example, if nobody ever bothered to look for a threshold, the studies have not identified a threshold. But that's clearly not the situation. So I think some richer language there is actually really important. And then the second issue I want to mention is something else I've mentioned before, where they talk about the standards in relation to an adequate margin of safety, which includes safety for sensitive subpopulations. I think the interpretation of this has been adequate margin of safety, including for sensitive subpopulations. So that doesn't mean an adequate margin of safety for the average person at risk. These are 2 really different concepts, because you can imagine an adequate margin of safety building in some of the uncertainty of the epidemiological concentration response function, or an adequate margin of safety because some people are at higher risk. And I think that second part is kind of missing, or is missing from the discussion. And I think it's actually really important, especially since the literature clearly shows some people are at higher risk. And then my last point that I want to make is on that, the issue of the benefits to vulnerable populations. And this is somewhat addressed, but I think, again, as I've mentioned before, my personal view is that this can and should be highlighted more with text on vulnerabilities by race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status. Someone earlier, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Stephanie, mentioned children. So I think that this issue of vulnerable populations should be mentioned here as well. And this also relates to some of the conversation we've had today so far about the language of, is it confounding? Is it effect modification? Is it something else? And I think some careful rewording of this section can help with that. I personally am not too hung up on specific definitions because most words and phrases are used inconsistently across different disciplines in science, and certainly used very differently, like in the common conversation. But there's language that talks about how these studies have shown an association between PM 2.5 and health, and they've adjusted for the confounders of race ethnicity. Okay, that may not be a technically untrue statement, but it obscures the fact that the studies have shown differences in health effects by race ethnicity. So there's a broader point that's not being captured there. And so I think just, adjusting that kind of language on confounding and getting this concept of vulnerable populations woven into this section, I think is really important. But I'll stop there because my overall answer to the questions about the discussions providing an appropriate and sufficient rationale, my answer to both questions A and B was yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next up is John Baums.
And I'll be very brief because, as usual, Michelle has summarized the issues very cogently. And I think I already said that I thought the risk assessment justified considering a stricter standard, certainly on the annual, for the annual PM 2.5, and probably for, I don't think it's as clear for the 24-hour standard, but I lean towards Barbara's take on that. But I really think that Michelle did a better job of talking about the issue that I brought up. I try to play epidemiologist, so I used effect modification, but I think Michelle made the point very well that vulnerable populations, I like vulnerable rather than sensitive, but anyway, vulnerable populations are at greater risk. And so we shouldn't just focus on the fact that adjustment for race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status just strengthen the association between PM 2.5 and mortality and other outcomes, but actually there is a disparity in effect. And I think that it's come through, I think, all of our discussion, ISA, PA. I think that that EPA needs to be much more cognizant about this in writing documents in the future. And I think I recommend, rather than suggest what Michelle just commented on about improving the discussion here. But I totally agree with her that the answer to both questions is yes.
Thank you, John. Deborah.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, I fully agree too. And I'm going to second and third Michelle and John's comments about these vulnerable populations and capturing that and moving us closer ultimately to reality, human reality. I'll just leave it at that. But yes, I concur with both of them.
Thank you. Terry, or no, Mark, you're up next.
Thank you. And I certainly concur on the annual standard. I have some questions about, and in my written comments, I concurred with maintaining the current 24-hour standard, but having heard the discussion today and yesterday, I have some questions about that. And one question is, I understand the EPA's position that in terms of the mortality reductions of changing the 24-hour standard, they're relatively small, and the major benefits would happen from lowering the annual standard. But in that case, why have a 24-hour standard at all? The 24-hour standard hasn't changed in a long time, and the argument in the previous review was the same as now, as that the annual standard is protective, so we don't need to make the 24-hour standard more restrictive. And certainly the Clean Air Act calls for us not to make the standards more stringent than need to be, or that can be justified. But in that case, it seems perhaps we either ought to consider dropping the 24-hour standard, or consider bringing it into line, that it may be more relevant if there is a decision to incorporate places where there are wildfires, and to include that in achieving compliance. So I have discussions, and I'll be interested to see how the draft comments come out on that issue. I had only one other thing, and that is I think there needs to be, as much of a fan as I am of human exposure studies and their relevance in helping understand the health effects of PM 2.5. As I mentioned before, the human studies are not the best way to understand a threshold for health effects, and there seems to be more reliance on the human studies than there should be in justifying the arguments. On page 3160 to 3161, that's where the discussion of the human studies is, and there's a comparison of ambient 2-hour concentrations with the concentrations used in the human studies. And obviously the ambient 2 hours are lower than almost all of the human studies. I think it's important here, it's fine to include that, but you need to add the caveat about the limitations of human studies in identifying the minimum concentrations at which health effects are elicited, as I commented on yesterday in the main part of section 3 there. So there just needs to be some caveat language incorporated there. And again, let's see, in the discussion of the 24-hour standard, less emphasis should be placed on the human controlled exposure studies in making the determination that that standard is adequate as it stands. And that's all.
Thank you. Mark, I think next up is Terry. Or did you want to say something first?
I just had a clarification from all the panel members. I heard from Mark, but from the other panel members, were they saying that they thought the 24-hour standard should be retained or was not adequate? I guess I wasn't clear when they answered yes to the question. The question was, should it be retained? So I just wanted to have clarity on the other panel members that have already spoken, what their thought was on the 24-hour standard, just so I have it clear in my notes. Michelle, you want to go first?
Yes, I thought the discussion provided, so I'm going to read the question for you. Did the discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support the preliminary conclusion that it is appropriate to consider retaining the current primary 24-hour standard without revision in this reconsideration? So our charge is it appropriate for them to make a preliminary, well, did they appropriately justify their preliminary conclusion to consider retaining the 24-hour standard as is? And that's the answer to which I answered yes. And then it is a little, confusing. I can see where you had your question, because the question is worded differently for question 2 or B. because it's did the discussion provide an appropriate sufficient rationale to support the preliminary conclusion that is appropriate to consider revising the annual standard? Do they answer your question?
Yeah, I know it was asked two different ways, so I wanted to make sure I wrote it down correctly. So it sounded like everybody so far has said, yes, the 24 hours should be retained, except Mark is sort of on the fence now. Is that a correct summary?
I think that's what I heard as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Terry.
Yeah, I get to disagree with John Baums and Mark Frampton in one day. As far as the current primary, I thought the rationale to support retaining it was solid, but I think it could be expanded on an alternative rationale supporting a lowering of the 24-hour standard. This is what Mark has always done, is controlled human exposure studies, and maybe that familiarity with all the foibles with doing those kind of studies makes him hesitate more. But I look at it and I thought I see evidence that a few hours exposure at PM 2.5 concentrations that are fairly relevant, note I say fairly relevant, to real life exposure scenarios, they produced signs of cardiopulmonary changes in the research subjects. But those research subjects to me were healthy. And I agree the number of studies supporting these kind of findings is somewhat limited, and reproducibility of research is necessary. This evidence, to me, it strongly suggests that susceptible individuals may respond to PM 2.5 at the current 24-hour standard. And this is just, to me, this is all based on, this possibility is based on animal and human exposure studies that demonstrate that susceptible individuals, whether it's pre-existing disease or genetics, respond to inhalation exposure challenges to particles or gases, for that matter, at concentrations lower than those observed in healthy individuals. So to me, a foible of the controlled human studies is that it's not always, but usually they use healthy subjects. And I think that if we're protecting susceptible, that we should consider revising the 24-hour standard to protect these susceptible individuals. As far as the second question, B, that is a yes, pretty much. I agreed that probably need a revision of the current primary annual standard. And in my text, I included some wording talking about the Canadian data, which I think should be used more in a stronger sense to support the US epidemiology studies. So, Jim, I think we should seriously consider thinking about recommending revising the 24-hour standard as well as the primary. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I'll let John and Mark respond. John first.
Well, I'm not sure where Terry's disagreeing with me. I did say yes to that question, but then I had a little caveat about the PM 2.5 24-hour standard. And I agree with you that that the evidence is such that we should consider a lower 24-hour standard. So I don't really disagree with you at all. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear.
Thank you, John. Mark.
And actually, I don't disagree with you either. I think you're right that if there were a lot of exposures occurring at the 35 micrograms per cubic meter, there would be health effects, and in at-risk, at least in at-risk groups. What EPA says in justifying not changing it is that the annual standard is protective. And especially if we make the annual standard more stringent, I think the argument is we're never going to get anywhere near 35 micrograms for 24-hour exposure. So therefore, that's the justification that we don't need to make the 24-hour standard stricter because it's irrelevant. And you know, the document doesn't use that word, but that's basically what they're saying. And if I'm wrong about that, I would ask somebody from EPA to set me straight. But that's the argument here, is that the 24-hour standard isn't, you know, we don't need to drop it because the annual standard is already protecting everybody for these shorter term exposures, and therefore it doesn't need to be made more stringent. And the numbers that they present in terms of mortality support that argument that, yeah, you could change it, but it's not going to really change the number of deaths very much in the vast majority of places. And especially if we're excluding wildfire situations. And so that's my hesitation, is the same as yours. But wait a minute, why have a standard at all for 24 hours if that standard is at a level that we think would cause health effects, even if, yeah, the annual standard is protecting? Maybe let's get rid of the 24-hour standard.
So Karen, do you want to speak next?
Just really quickly, I think Mark mostly had it, and I just wanted to add a slight bit of nuance to that, which is we looked at air quality across the US in areas meeting the standards, and that means the protection provided by the combination of standards, both the annual and the daily. So we're looking at places that even where the daily standard is controlling, but you're meeting a level of 35. And then we're looking at air quality to see if you see these concentrations that were observed in the clinical studies, and noting that they're not being seen in areas that are currently meeting those standards. So I guess I just wanted to offer that slight nuance. And then the other thing I just wanted to say is that when you look at air quality across the US, there are areas where there are peak concentrations that are seen during seasonal events or that are source oriented, that cause that area to maybe meet an annual standard that's a mean concentration, but still have peaks that are high enough that exceed the daily standard. And so in that way, you know, we look at the daily standard as being there as a backstop to control those peaks. And so that the combination of having both a standard that is keeping a mean level in place, as well as a standard that is not allowing, you know, a certain number of days of peaks above, you know, a certain concentration, that those two things together can work in conjunction, given the different air quality scenarios that you might see across the country. So I just wanted to offer that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, John, you're next.
Well, I just wanted to add one thing to what Mark was saying. You know, he said if we're excluding wildfire events, and you know, again, being from Northern California and doing a lot of work over the years in the San Joaquin Valley, as Barbara will undoubtedly say in her comments, Fresno, for example, where I've been working for 20 years, has high winter PM 2.5 peaks, especially on the holidays when everybody's indoors, burning wood in their wood fires, even with a no burn regulation that's in place in the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Because of the winter air inversions. And this is also an area that's prone to wildfire PM 2.5 exceedances. I think it would be absolutely nuts for EPA to drop the 24-hour standard. It would be a slap in the face to the Mountain West, where communities can experience winter exceedances and they have a lot of exposure to wildfire smoke. It just would send the wrong message that basically EPA doesn't care about those peaks.
Thank you, John. Barbara.
Karen, I think I need a clarification, because what I've been thinking is that this assessment of whether or not it will help to reduce the PM 2.5, the 24-hour standard, is based on the risk assessment. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's based on all the monitors. And there's another figure that I've almost got in my head about with the 24-hour versus the annual design value, right? I don't remember what that figure number is, but that's what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of pages in this document.
You'd have to drop the 24-hour standard a lot before it would make a difference.
In some areas, that's true. I think what we tried to do, if you in chapter 2, we tried to include some information. I think it's figure 229 and figure 218 that give you some understanding of the comparison between the annual standard and the daily standard in some places. And then in addition, in looking at the 24-hour standard, analysis was done to look at areas that just met the current standards, and the hourly concentrations were pulled out of the monitors in those areas, and then they were filtered to look at whether 2-hour blocks, 3-hour blocks, et cetera, were how many times those concentrations in the clinical studies were seen.
I remember that one with the 1 hour, the really short-term ones, but I was worried about the 24-hour versus annual, and whether you threw out, because you don't want to deal with wildfires, which I understand, if you may have accidentally thrown out areas that are susceptible to stagnation events and high local primary concentrations. You see what I'm saying?
I totally get what you're saying. So I'm going to try to answer this, and then I'm going to let Brett correct me when I get it wrong. So my understanding is that we used air quality that is out of the AQS system. And in events where it was clear that it was an exceptional event and an exceptional event request was submitted, that data was pulled out. And then I think some brief scan of the data was done. So if there was any really, really clear wildfires occurring, that those points were pulled, but for the most part, the bulk of the data was retained.
So you didn't pull the whole monitor, you just pulled the affected data.
That's my understanding. And Brett, you can speak up and tell me if I'm wrong or not. I must be right.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it. I'm a little confused. Jennifer's up next on my screen, but I thought George and Jeremy had their hands up first.
I think Jennifer had hers up first.
Okay, go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you. So being from the Mountain West as well, I felt like I needed to say something as well here. Being in Colorado, where we do have these instances of wildfires as well as wood smoke, similar to what John was talking about in California. You know, I guess I want some clarification here on this issue of the 24-hour standard. And this may just be my lack of understanding of the process here, but if we're not considering cost, you know, and we're instructed not to here, and I understand that we can't suggest, or we're not supposed to suggest, a standard that is more stringent than can be justified. But if we think that that the 35 micrograms per cubic meter is not being protective based on our current evidence, you know, isn't there a place perhaps to be proactive, even if we think with that perhaps we're not seeing many exceedances now, that to have a standard in place that is actually protective of public health seems to me to be the more relevant decision, you know, or perhaps we should consider that, knowing especially that the monitoring, as we've discussed over the last couple of days, probably is not picking up exposures for everybody, right? So we do have some information about exceedances, but we probably don't know everybody's exposure, and especially in some of these areas in the Mountain West that have very sparse monitoring. So it seems to me that, scientifically we may be able to justify or at least consider the suggestion about making a more stringent 24-hour standard based on the science, even if we're not seeing a lot of exceedances now in those areas.
Thank you. George, you're next.
Oh, thank you. I want to sign up in the Terry Gordon camp, where I absolutely think that a daily standard is A, important, and B, given its current form, which by the way includes the midnight to midnight sample time, and that's part of the form, it's really not very protective of smaller towns or small cities where there's a lot of residential wood smoke in the northern tier, wood heating for wood boilers. Those are often, peak overnight. A midnight start time cuts a dirty night in half. It's true. I mean, it's essentially really, really hard to violate the 35 standard 98th percentile form. About the only place I know of that does that is North Pole up near Fairbanks in the valley. Lots of wood heating because it's Fairbanks, they have a problem. But the other options would include changing to a rolling 24-hour average, or if not that, then a noon to noon. I mean, these would all improve protection. There are some really high levels, short-term levels. We did some monitoring in Saranac Lake, Adirondacks, New York, not far from Lake Placid. If you search for Allen and wood smoke and AAQR, the publication from a year or so ago, you'll see it. Massive, basically bombing your next door neighbor with a dirty wood stove. The highest 24-hour midnight value was 64. That was the only exceedance over 8 weeks of monitoring. If you did a rolling 24, things change. But the concept of the relationship from the annual to the daily, I'm not sure even the EPA knows what to do with that. Looking back historically, that ratio, the daily to annual, has gone from 2.3 in 2006 all the way up to 4.3 back in the original 1997 PM NACs. I've heard EPA talk about it as a backstop, but it's unclear exactly what the intent there is. There are, like I said, the wood smoke areas. A, it's seasonal, and B, it's short-term duration over the course of 24 hours. It doesn't persist all day. You can just hit people with really, really high levels that I think EPA would be prohibited from exposing even healthy college students to in an exposure chamber. And yet these get a pass in the ambient wood smoke towns. So that's my piece, but I just want to clearly come down on the side of we need a protective short-term standard. Thanks.
Jeremy.
Just very quickly, and it's a kind of clarification, but it does build on something that George just said. I'm wondering, in the risk assessment process for the 24-hour standard, what role does the form? I mean, where does the form fit in? And did you kind of alter that form in any way in doing the risk assessment? I, with George, also agree that for me, it's the form of that daily standard that I keep coming back to, and thinking that perhaps if we changed it a bit, we actually might begin to kind of see where the daily standard is actually the controlling standard in a much larger part of the country. So I don't know, Karen, if I'm just getting confused about where the form fits in specifically with this process, the risk assessment.
So in the risk assessment, I think your question was, do we look at a different form in the risk assessment? And we did not. We looked at risk associated with just meeting the standard, the current suite of standards. And that included places where the annual was controlling as well as the 24-hour was controlling. So we did not adjust the form and then we looked at that with respect to meeting 1030. And so a lower combination of an annual and a daily standard. And the form was still the 98th percentile, 3-year average, et cetera. But it was it looked at a lower level. Does that help?
Yeah, no, and it was just that point about the 98th percentile for that form and whether or not. Anyhow, I'll save it for the next charge question. But thank you. You answered my question.
Thank you. Judging from the time, we haven't yet given Mark a chance to give his comments, but I'm thinking, given the time, maybe we'll open with that right after lunch. Is that okay with you, Mark?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so then we'll take our no more than 20-minute break right now and come back at 20 after the hour. All right, our timer is done and I see Mark's ready to go. So let's get back to it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So don't have that much to add to the rest of the discussion. I guess I lean a little bit more towards the latter few folks who spoke about the 24-hour standard. I mean, it seems to me that there were several EPI papers that focus specifically on exposure levels below the current standard that seemed very well done and used some sophisticated modeling to address confounding concerns, things of that sort. So I had some question as to that and how they were being considered. So yes, I was somewhat questioning whether there wasn't enough evidence to think of reducing that 24-hour standard, and that I think may only be strengthened when I think about all of the wildfire comments that were made. So that's it. I read it as the evidence seemed to suggest we keep it as it is, but as I say, there were some EPI papers, particularly talked about on, I think, pages 327, 28, and 29 that focused very specifically on levels below 35. So I thought that might suggest potentially lowering. As for B, yeah, I think they presented good evidence that it should be revised. I mean, based on all the discussion we've had already about things like means and all sorts of other things, I think there's a question about to where, but absolutely, I think they presented good evidence and described it well that it should be revised, the annual standard. So other than that, I really didn't have much more to add.
Thank you, Mark. I think we're now ready to open it up to anyone else on the panel who would like to make a comment on this charged question. I think it's important for us to thoroughly vet the question about the 24-hour standard. And so I think it would be helpful for others to weigh in if you're in a place to do that now. Jeremy.
Well, I just wanted to say, Leanne, that I'm thinking maybe some of this discussion will come out also in the next charge question too about the alternative standards. I don't know, not to kind of cut off the discussion right now, but I know that some of my comments do relate to this. I was kind of saving them, but that's fine.
Okay, well, you know, assuming we don't run out of time at the end of the day, if we don't thoroughly vet this, we can also come back to it. I'm fine with that. Michelle, do you feel like you have enough to draft consensus comments for charge question 5?
I don't know. I feel that we have consensus, but I do feel I have enough to make a draft version, and I think that the way I would have worded things would be different now after hearing the conversation than it was at the beginning of today. So I'm going to prepare a draft, but I'm just going to say up front I'm going to rely on my colleagues to help in case I leave out something important. I was thinking, I still think Christina has the hardest job of some of the summary statements, but this is a really critical one because it gets at the heart of what the standard's going to be. And I don't know what our role is to just say, yes, it should be lowered, period.
I think if we're going to say that we disagree with what EPA put, then I think we need to provide a rationale that's based on our understanding of the science and the data.
Okay. So why don't I make a starting point draft for us, and then we can all work on it.
Yeah, that's fine. Barbara.
So Michelle, I think the argument they made was that it's not controlling, that the 24-hour standard is not controlling. The argument wasn't that there's evidence that the EPI study suggests that 35 micrograms per cubic meter is sufficient, is adequate, right?
And controlling, so, what do you mean the standard is not controlling? So I heard multiple arguments. I don't mean to cut you off, Barbara. I want to let you
No, I
finish.
think the EPA argument, the argument in the policy assessment is that the annual standard is keeping the 24-hour concentrations low, right? Lower than the 24-hour standard would. I don't know if I'm saying that well enough.
Depends on what the standards are, right? I mean, you could have which one is more restrictive depends on what they are.
Right. But the epi studies don't say, I mean, you're the epidemiologist, not me, but I don't think there's, they weren't making the argument that the epi studies suggest that that 35 micrograms per cubic meter is adequate.
I hear you. I think this is going to be difficult to write, so I think I'm just going to draft something with the word draft real big on it, and then everyone else will make it better.
So then, what I'm saying, what I'm going to argue from, that keeping the 35 means that places can go up to 35, and so it's going to discourage controls. Such as controls on primary sources in wintertime stagnation areas. That, you know what I mean?
I do, and I agree with you, but I think that's getting away from our charge question, which is about the state of the science on health in the level, not the implementation of that standard, even though I agree with your statement. So that's why I think this is kind of difficult. I see I see Mark's hand and I see Aaron trying to weigh in as well.
Maybe the argument needs to be made based on the epi and not on which standard is controlling.
And, Jeremy also suggested that maybe some of this will come up in the next charge question. Should I let Aaron go first?
Yeah, mine's more from a process point of view. I would just say try to flush everything out today so that we come away from this meeting with a clear understanding of where the panel is at. And if that is that you can come to consensus, then that's fine. But if we punt to the follow-up teleconference before we come to clarity on this, I'm afraid we're going to run out of time there too. So I think to the extent we can, and again, we'll have to allocate the time, be very considerate of the remainder of the time of this meeting. But I think there needs to be clarity on where the panel stands, whether you could come to consensus or you can't come to consensus.
Yeah, and we don't have to come to consensus. I think it's an ideal that we're striving for. Anyway, Mark.
Yeah, thanks. So I have, I guess, a couple questions that I just like clarity on, and I guess I'm not totally sure from whom, but one seems to be this question is, are we just commenting on, and I think this may be primal for what you're writing, Michelle, are we just commenting on whether the science suggests there is a health effect below 35, if we were to set the standard there, or are we also weighing in on that the annual standard is going to, be enough to, although actually that one is weighing in on the annual standard being enough to keep the daily at 35. But if we think there's a problem with the daily at 35, then we should be commenting on that. But I have a second question related to this controlling standard, which I'm a little less sure about, but it does strike me that relates to presumably having monitors where you're looking at one for its annual average and saying, okay, the annual average is in compliance. Does it ever go out of compliance with the daily? And if that's not happening, it seems like the annual is doing its job. But what about the fact that maybe there just aren't, you don't have monitors everywhere where the daily spikes are going up where you wouldn't see that. So what we're trying to do is, set something so that if you happen to have the monitor in the right place, you're still protecting somebody. I don't know if that made sense, but
it made sense, except the part where my son came in and I missed part of what you were saying. But I agreed with what I heard at the beginning and the end, so I'll just fill in the middle. I apologize for that.
And Karen, do you need? I don't need to interrupt, but maybe Karen will be helpful here.
Yeah, I think that just real quick, the draft I'm writing now, which is not long, is focusing on the science and the epidemiological evidence, not like how the standard might be implemented.
Thank you.
I just wanted to maybe make just a couple of clarifying points, which is, I guess I don't think that we're trying to say here that you don't need to revise the 24-hour standard because the annual standard is controlling. I think what we're trying to express is that we look at these standards as being used together, that they are complementary to each other, and that one is really mainly focused at controlling typical daily exposures, and one is focused at trying to reduce peak mean exposures. I mean, peak daily exposures. So bringing down, so only allowing a certain number of daily exposures at a certain concentration. So that we're looking at these standards working together. And so because of that, we are focusing on information that helps us inform what is the health basis for avoiding, setting a limit, setting that 35, and what gives us the support for whether that is helping and helping us avoid health effects that would be associated with that concentration or concentrations above that. And what evidence do we have that we need to bring that concentration down as a 24-hour concentration, bring it down to avoid those concentrations. And so, we've looked to what can inform us on short-term exposures and adverse impacts. From that, we've leaned mostly on the clinical information, and we've gone and we've looked at all the monitoring data. Brett did correct me over the break. So the only data that was excluded was data from during time periods where there was an exceptional event request and there was an exceedance. So we have a huge bulk of data that we're incorporating here from many, many, many years, recent and past. And we're saying, like, given these air quality scenarios, if we are in an area that is meeting these two standards together that are acting complementary to each other, do we see these types of concentrations people being exposed to these types of concentrations when meeting these standards? So I just want to make sure that that's clear. We're trying not to lean on the annual standard and say, well, this is it. We don't need the daily because the annual is going to do it for us. In some places, that's not true, and we need that daily standard there to really help with limit the peak daily exposures. And so they're working complementary together, but then we're looking to say, what is the health evidence that helps inform what we need to avoid on typical types of exposures for the annual standard, and what is the health evidence that we can use to inform what we need to reduce and avoid with respect to peak concentration. So, that's kind of the framework that we're working within, and we welcome suggestions on, where we're falling short on that. So, or where we're doing a great job too.
Thank you, David.
So I just have a clarifying question, and this, I apologize my naivety here, but on what basis, what health effect studies or what numbers from those health effect studies are we trying to use to determine whether or not the daily standard or those peak concentrations, like what in an epi study would be consistent, with a certain peak concentration? Because I mean, most of the epi studies, you have average levels, whatever, across the study, and you report on something like an interquartile range increase or a standard deviation increase in PM 2.5 over the study, and that's associated with some increase in the risk rate or odds of disease. So what specifically in these epi studies are we looking at here to make the determination if is it consistent with the 24-hour standard? That's where I'm lost.
No, it's a great point. So that is something that we struggle with is how best to use the epidemiological information to inform short-term exposures. When you think about the way that we have approached epidemiological information, we're looking more at the general tendency, so the mean. So even if it's a short-term study, we tend to focus on what is the average type of exposures, which again tend to relate more to what a typical daily type of exposure is, which again aligns much better with the annual standard, which is why Both the short-term epi and the long-term epi have been leveraged and used in conjunction with looking at the adequacy of the annual standard. With respect to the daily standard, we have shied away from trying to use the epi studies in that manner because we felt like it couldn't be used in that manner. And as such, we've looked towards what other information is there that can tell us about short-term health impacts. And I definitely appreciate the comments that I know both Mark and John have made with respect to some of the the more of the uncertainties and caveats that we have to place on the use of that data in these instances. But to us, it's the best available information to try to inform short-term impacts. So hopefully that helps. So the answer to your question is that we haven't really applied the epidemiological information in looking at the 24-hour standard because of some of the things that you're mentioning.
So I'm sorry, let me just jump in. So then the epi studies you're saying aren't really usable for that standard. So then what is? Is it only the clinic, the controlled human exposure studies and the tox studies?
So we have mostly leaned on the clinical information. That's correct. In looking at the short-term impacts. And with respect to the epi, we did look at the concentration across the air quality distribution, and we did do analyses that showed that the peak concentrations really weren't necessarily the only thing driving the effect estimates, and so we really shied away from trying to use that upper distribution in an epi study to inform short-term peak exposures.
Can I just get clarity on that? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there about the epi studies and the exposure levels.
Yeah, so let me try again. So I think that we were trying to make the point that when looking across the air quality distributions included in the epidemiological studies, that the peak, that we did not find that only the upper peak concentrations in those studies were driving the effects. And as such, we shied away from trying to use that upper end distribution to inform concentrations that should be avoided with respect to short-term impacts.
So they didn't use the short-term epi studies to determine whether the 24-hour standard is appropriate or not.
I'm not sure from that what quantitative information from a short-term epi study, you'd have to do some further calculations because most of those aren't going to sit there and report these are the number of exceedances or the number of whatever you want to define as a peak value. None of that's going to be reported. It's, you give a distribution of what it's like in the average, and then you scale your effect estimates to some standard increment. So unless you use that standard increment and something about the distribution that's presented in the paper to get an idea and make some sort of calculation of, whether or not it, how many times you would expect to see a health effect observed around 35. I don't, but that's all guesswork and calculations. I don't see how that can be used. So that's where I'm stuck. And I appreciate, Karen, I very much appreciate you trying to explain it to me. That's my naive understanding of it. So I appreciate the explanation, but I don't think we're there yet in knowing, what to do here.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, I guess where I'm a little confused is that there are several papers looking at short-term effects even on mortality that focused very specifically only on settings where the concentrations were less than 35. So are those not being included for some reason? Or is there a reason they're being down weighted? Or am I misunderstanding something?
Maybe I'm not understanding your question. So you're saying that there are studies that looked at?
Yeah, I mean, there are I think 3, 4, 5 studies, some relatively recently that focused specifically on scenarios where the exposure was only under 35 micrograms per cubic meter, so below the current 24-hour standard. And they were looking at 24-hour PM levels and finding associations with mortality. So I guess I'm unclear. I mean, it's not exceeding. I mean, what they're trying to show is that even if you go below the current standard, we still see effects as the levels change. So that's where I was a little unsure. Those seem to strike me as, it sounds like if you reduce the standard, you would have an effect on the mortality outcome. And so I'm not clear whether there's something inherent about that that's, I mean, maybe I need to go back to the papers to be sure I fully understand, but that's what I had pulled out. And so I'm not sure whether there was a reason those were deemed not appropriate for some reason, or they were accounted for, but the bulk of the evidence suggested for other reasons not to change things. That's where I'm confused, or whether the discussion you just had about these exceedances are related to something totally different and not those papers. But as I say, there are those papers that do seem to me to suggest that below 35, at 24-hour standard of 35, we still see things.
I think what you may be referring to is there's a set of epidemiological studies that go in and they look at, if I cut off air quality above this concentration, do I still see an association? And is that what and they've done different cut points at different annual standards. I'm not familiar with the daily standard, but I know that there are certain studies looking at variable cuts in the annual standard. Is that what you're?
Well, I'm referring specifically to the daily standard. I mean, they were looking at daily levels, and what I don't remember now is whether they just threw out any day on which it was over 35 and didn't include it in the regression analysis, or whether they went into cities and those cities happened to all be below 35. I don't remember. I'd have to go back to the paper, but they were looking day to day, 24-hour PM 2.5 levels and mortality on that day or the next day, whatever the 1 or 2 day lag, and then saying that as these fluctuated below 35, you still see changes in mortality.
So I'll just say I welcome CASAC's thoughts on how to use those studies. I think we have found them somewhat challenging because while they show you an association, they don't tell you the exact concentration at which an effect is occurring. But again, if CASAC has advice on how best to use those studies and identifying a level for the annual standard, I think we'll welcome the thoughts.
I'm not talking about annual standard. I'm talking about 24
I'm sorry. I apologize. I spoke wrong.
Okay.
The daily standard.
But then I'm more confused now because I don't understand, how does any of the epi studies set a level at which an effect occurs? They're all looking at like a unit increase of some sort in the exposure. So none of them are doing what it sounds like you're asking these to do.
I'm happy to keep going if that helps. But this I think gets back to the conversation we were having with respect to the decision framework and how we were looking at trying to use epidemiological information. I agree with you. It's a challenge. I think it's a real challenge to use epidemiological evidence and trying to pinpoint a level of the standard. And the framework that I think we're talking about a bit yesterday, with respect to the annual standard, where we think the epidemiological evidence is most relevant, is one that that understands that the across the association that exists, you can't necessarily know exactly when or where the effects are occurring. But if you focus on the mean, it's where you have the most confidence in that association. And as such, it's if you look at the mean and you look at trying to identify a standard that will avoid that mean concentration occurring. And I'm happy to talk through more of that framework, but I think that's where we were looking to apply the epidemiological evidence in interpreting it in the context of adequacy of the standard, particularly with respect to adequacy of the annual standard.
I see. Okay, so I guess I would just say then for my points for Michelle, if you're trying to summarize my comments on this, I then would really want to stress that there are, to my consideration, at least 3 or 4 good epi papers where I don't know, I can't go back in and remember whether they reported a mean, but they reported effects under 35, which meaning only looking under 35. So my understanding is the mean had to have been in what they were analyzing under 35. So it would be evidence to drop the standard, as far as I read that.
Right. So I feel like this response can't be 2 pages. And I was looking at some of the example responses from previous CASAC, and the answer to each charge question is not this huge thing. And then the letter of what we're supposed to write, I think, is not the line by line thing that we've been doing during some of our conversations here, like, table X point Y should have this word, although those comments are really useful and important. So I think that, I'm just capturing the overall, there's epidemiological evidence for effects below the standards. And so there's the subset studies that you and Karen referred to. There's other studies too, like ones that generate a nonlinear concentration response function, borrowing information from, let's say, the days that have 36, 37, 38, and then generating that function and indicating effects below 35. So I think the point that the epidemiological evidence indicates health effects below the standard is enough. But then I'll send out the draft, and I appreciate what Erin was saying, that we want to try to nail this down, but we are now 46 minutes behind and counting. And so I think that, starting with a draft that people can edit on might be useful, as opposed to trying to resolve everything today.
Well, I'm going to move to the next two people with their hands up, but I think that Mark is making an important point that we can put a point on that is distinct from what Karen was saying, was that we think that, and I agree with him, so I'm going to say we think that the short-term epi studies that restrict the concentrations to below 35 can be used to justify that the 24-hour standard should be lowered. And EPA did not do that, but several of us, at least on CASAC, think that that is an appropriate thing to do. So that's what I heard Mark saying, and the distinction that Karen was making. So let's move on to John.
So I mostly have a process comment. It seems to me, if we're trying to achieve consensus, there's two questions at hand. There's one, the retention of a 24-hour standard. And unless I'm mishearing or other people haven't spoken up, I think only Mark Frampton suggested we drop the 24-hour standard. I don't know if he still feels that way, but I think that's one where we could achieve consensus potentially if Mark's been convinced, and he's up next, so he can say. And then the second one is whether, if once a PM 24-hour PM 2.5 standard is retained, should it be lowered? And though I may have added to confusion with my first comments when I said yes to both A and B, I agree with Mark Weiskopf and your summary, Leanne, that we should consider a lower standard because of the epi that Mark referred to. But I don't know if we achieve consensus on that, but I think we could achieve a consensus on retention of the 24-hour standard.
Yeah, I think thank you, John, for that. And Mark, you can weigh in next.
Yes, I would say we can achieve consensus on not getting rid of the 24-hour standard completely. I was being a little facetious and trying to stimulate a little inquiry by saying that. But this discussion has been very helpful to me and somewhat surprising, since I guess I assumed that the epi studies were being used to determine the protectiveness of the short-term standard as well as the annual standard. So I had a question again for EPA then. How were the mortality numbers derived? In other words, the data that is given in the policy assessment showing how many lives will be saved, or the reduction in mortality at different standard levels. How were that data obtained, Karen, in the for the short-term standard, if you didn't use epidemiology?
So in that case, the epi was used. So I apologize that I was being maybe a little too quick to make that statement. So you're correct, it was used.
Okay, all right. So one comment I was going to make earlier about the 24-hour standard. So the EPA is arguing that lowering the 24-hour standard would not lead to a very significant reduction in the short-term mortality. So if we're going to argue that the 24-hour standard should be changed, we need to have some substance to that, other than we just like the idea of it. In other words, is the EPA's quantification of the reduction in mortality, is there something wrong with it? So I am not averse to entertaining the idea that the 24-hour standard is not adequately protective. But I think we need to have an alternative argument, which I haven't heard so far.
So I'm going to chime in now and say that the charge question is asking about whether we agree with their recommendation to retain the 24-hour standard without revision. So I think that that's what we want to focus on, and I'm hearing what I feel like is some emerging consensus, and I'd like to hear people that dissent strongly, that many of us think that it should not be retained without revision. And and there's good scientific reasons for disagreeing with that, and that has to do. I heard one of them is the form with respect to the averaging period. I also heard that the level, because the epi evidence for the that use the 35 microgram per cubic meter cutoff is something that we think more weight should be put on. And I also heard some arguments that my other colleagues will make better use of about the use of the controlled studies in making some of these arguments. So I think I heard that we are headed towards answering no to charge question 5A. Mark.
Yeah, sorry, not to throw a total wrench in here, but I do want to acknowledge the other Mark's comment, because there's another piece to this, which I completely agree. And I have to say, I feel much less comfortable about how to navigate, which is the calculation of how many lives saved. Clearly in the presentation they gave in the PA, the change in the annual seemed to have a far more dramatic effect on lives saved than the daily. So I think Mark's making a point that should be weighed in, and that's probably true. I'm not sure how to weigh that, how to do that and where the line is drawn, but I just want to acknowledge that point that Mark made, which I think is correct.
Thank you. Jim.
Actually, yeah, I was going to say the same thing. When you look at the risk assessment where the 24-hour, lowering the 24-hour standard was analyzed and the number of preventable deaths was analyzed, the numbers were extremely low. And as I presented before, I think even the numbers that were presented were higher than what you're going to see in reality. And so I think the actual numbers are going to be even lower than what's presented there. So I think the combination of a lower annual standard and retaining the current standard is adequate.
Okay. Barbara.
And that's where we come back to, and I think this is true from the reading, and Karen, you should correct me, but that in the risk assessment, they threw out these areas. They didn't use these areas that are subject to wintertime stagnation because those areas were also subject to wildfires.
I'm gonna let Elizabeth answer that one. I think she has she can answer that best.
I don't know if there's much I can really add to this. I think that our criteria for identifying study locations was a balancing act. We tried to avoid adjusting either the annual or daily values by more than approximately 20%. So just that in itself eliminated a lot of areas. We also tried to, of course, balance get as much heterogeneity as we could. So, we went up to that 20% adjustment level to get a bit more of the Western, a bit more representation from Western states. But yes, it was just generally an overall balancing act to try to make it to not have to adjust, more so than we thought was potentially realistic.
Okay, thank you for that. Jim Boylan.
Actually, I didn't take it down from before, so
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my fault.
Mike Kleinman.
Yes. So I'd like to weigh in on the idea that we should retain the 24-hour standard. I think it does provide additional protection in those areas where we do have peak exposures. And the annual standard does not really protect against some of the short-term effects that could occur when you do have high levels of PM exposure. And your lungs don't really care whether the particles are coming from wildfires or industry. So I think retaining the standard, possibly at a lower level, would provide a greater margin of safety, especially in areas that are disproportionately affected.
Thank you. And I think I've heard that we have consensus that we should not do away with the 24-hour standard. I think I've heard that because Mark was the only one who suggested it, and he put it out there more as a discussion point, is what I heard. And what I am a little less clear about is whether we think it should be retained without change. And I'm hearing a fair number of voices with different scientific perspectives suggesting it should be changed from the areas that. So one argument that I heard Barbara making sort of indirectly is that the risk assessment, while it showed small numbers for the short-term standard, it also left out a lot of areas that would be more impacted. And we heard a reason why from EPA, and that suggests putting less weight on the risk assessment and more weight on the scientific evidence in making the argument that the standard should be revised. Jeremy.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to save my comments for later, so it's not a total loss. But I think that for me, what you just said, Leanne, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think for me, with the 24-hour standard specifically, that the risk assessment numbers are in my mind for the 24-hour standard contingent on form, and that I would like to see, if not in this draft, in the future, I forget the language, either suggest or recommend, some kind of either sensitivity analysis or that's part of the risk assessment that considers alternative forms of the 24-hour standard to really begin to see where that standard becomes more important, more controlling for greater parts of the country. And to me, that was missing. I'm certainly worried about wildfires. I'm worried about the meteorological events too, traffic pollution, which hasn't really come up either as a potential driver of these sub-daily peak exposures. So that's where I stand. Based on the current form, I probably would vote to retain the current 24-hour standard because that's what the numbers are showing us, and that the annual standard is it. I agree with EPA in the PA that seems to be the controlling standard for much of the country, and it does a decent job of getting mean daily exposures down to an okay level. But so I'm just making my assessment based upon what the current form of the standard is right now.
But that is a way that it could be revised as well.
You meaning what?
The form could be part of a revision. So I heard you sort of answering the question both ways. I heard you saying, that you answer no to the question because you think the form should be changed. And then I heard you say conditional on the same form, you answer yes to the question.
So right. So just to clarify that point, although I kind of do like being both right and wrong at the same time. But anyhow, yeah, I think that I would recommend that in the future that different forms of the daily standard be considered. But now, given what we have, I support retaining the current 24-hour standard.
So given the current form, you support retaining.
Right. Given the form, the level, everything. That to me makes sense. I'm not recommending that this be part of the current revision.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer.
Yeah, I guess I was going to say something similar to what Jeremy just said, but just to add, in terms of, what the current risk assessment is showing, yes, I would agree with that. But there, along with the form, some of the assumptions inherent, as I understand, are that what we saw historically in terms of the exceedances are going to continue in the future, right? And I don't know that that's necessarily justified. And I don't know, how we would do it otherwise. This comes to the question of, are we suggesting this right now or not for this current risk assessment? But it also to acknowledge that, that historical data probably isn't capturing all exposures, like the highest exposures in the population. So it seems like those points need to be considered when considering those numbers that are produced by the risk assessment in setting the standard that's protective at an adequate level.
Okay. I'm looking at the time and what else is on the agenda and wondering, I don't feel like we have enough clarity of consensus. I feel like at the moment we have, two clear points of view. One is to answer yes to question 5A, and the other is to answer no. Barbara.
Well, I would think my question would be, do we have consensus that based on the short-term epi studies, 35 is too high?
I think that's what Barbara's saying, is that some people say yes and some people say no.
Well, wait, I'm not sure. I think people were saying, regarding the answer to the question, I think people are putting weight on the risk assessment in different ways. And I hear what Barbara's asking is the scientific evidence distinct from the risk assessment enough to answer no? Is sort of, I changed your question a little bit. But
can we come to consensus on that more limited question about whether the short-term epi studies say that the current 24-hour standard is adequate or not? Does that make it easier to come to consensus if we do that more narrow question?
I'll tell you how it's currently worded in my draft, is that the scientific evidence shows impacts at those levels. That's a factual statement. And we don't need consensus to tell us that the science shows that, in my opinion. What that means for the standard is currently worded in the rough draft I have, is that the majority of the panel felt that the consideration should be given to lowering the standard based on that evidence. because that's kind of what I'm hearing, although I could be wrong.
Okay, thumbs up from John. Christina.
Okay, so in terms of answering 5A, if some people feel that that the answer is no, that there should be reconsideration, doesn't mean that at the end of the whole conversation, there's going to be a change, that it will be different. So it seems like the answer can be no, but at the end, we can still come to consensus about either retaining it or not. I'm wondering if that's the correct interpretation.
Well, the question asks whether there's enough rationale to consider retaining the standard without revision. And so we're not actually making a recommendation about the standard, but whether just whether we agree with whether they've provided the justification to retain it, to consider retaining it without revision. So I think what happens is if we answer no, then we just provide a rationale for why we don't agree that they've provided that, and we've heard a number of arguments for that case, and it sounded to me like Michelle's got draft wording that does reflect complete consensus, but does capture that idea.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Mark.
And I would agree too, Michelle, if you also add to that, that that there's too much emphasis placed on the concentrations used in the human exposure studies to support retaining the current standard, that we disagree with using the exposure studies in that way because of the reasons that I've mentioned before.
Yeah, so I have I'm planning a couple of sentences on that, and then I'll rely on you and others to clarify their meaning. So I'll capture the concept broadly, and then you can fix it as needed.
Okay.
So I'm in that camp that we should answer no.
Okay. Is there anyone who wants to speak up now about a reason to answer yes, so that Michelle has clarity about the different points of view?
Well, it sounds like James Boland did think that the current standard was adequately protective for 24 hours. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's why I worded it, or I'm planning to word it, is the majority of the panel, because it sounds like I don't think it's 100% consensus. We haven't taken a poll or anything, but someone stop me if I'm misunderstanding that.
No, I think it was myself, and I think I heard Jeremy also say the answer was yes. But it was for the reasons laid out by EPA and the risk assessment were the main reasons for my decision.
Right. So I think the wording, the majority of the panel, is accurate. And then I think that I'll put that in there. And then if people disagree with that assessment of the level of consensus, then they can change it. And then in terms of the kind of counter view, I guess when the draft goes around, if people want to add a little bit about that, they can, to the degree they think they can add more to that, to the degree they think I mean, we don't want to write a book here. Right, but.
Okay, thank you. Barbara.
I guess in the PA, they would usually, when they get to the question of the level of the standard, they'd say, if you put more weight on the risk assessment, you would come up with this, this sort of answer. And if you put more weight on the epi, it would be lower. I mean, I think that's what you end up with then.
Yeah, Thank you. I think we're going to move on to charge question 6 of chapter 3, and we're starting to run out of time. Probably we'll put charge question 7 towards the end. Let's try to move quickly. In the panel's view, has the evidence and risk information, including limitations and uncertainties, been appropriately characterized and interpreted for the purpose of considering potential alternative annual PM 2.5 standards? Does the discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support preliminary conclusions regarding alternative primary annual PM 2.5 standard levels that are appropriate to consider? So we have for this Mark Weisskopf, Jane Clougherty, Jeremy Sarnet, and Corey Ziegler. So Mark, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Let's see. So a lot of things in here, I guess, have come under discussion already. Let me start by saying that I think, they've done a good job of describing a lot of the limitations, uncertainties involved in some of these papers, how the additional papers since the 2019 have improved on that, and what they have said. So I thought that was laid out well. I did have some questions again about just arriving at the level. Well, let me say my only caveat to what I just said there was, I think at times there could be a little bit more clarity on the co-exposure, co-pollutant confounding possibility of just whether we're talking about studies that are controlling for several pollutants or whether they're kind of just doing 2 at a time. They're both valuable, but having that distinction a little more clear could be good. The only issues I then had that I was struggling a bit with, trying to pull up the notes here. Sorry. I'm not quite sure, and this may be my unfamiliarity with CASAC in general, is how the sort of starting alternatives of 10 and 30 were arrived at. Would love anybody to enlighten me on that. I also had just a question. I know, obviously, if we're going to do risk assessment, you've got to do it based on something. And it seems like one paper was picked for each of the standards. I'm not sure how this typically goes, but if I would guess I would have thought some kind of, ideally, I suppose, had there been a meta-analysis, that would be great, but not having that, why one paper and why those could be maybe better justified to understand that. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Well, the other aspect was just about the issue of measurement error and the sort of discussion around that. I think at one point there's a statement, something like the uncertainties at the lower concentrations can lead to making something look more linear than it might really be. And I guess that's true as I'm reading over my original comment. But I certainly think that acknowledgement of the fact that in general, probably a lot of the measurement error we're getting is also sort of suppressing true, if there is a true effect estimate, it would be suppressing it. It needs to be acknowledged as well that seems, there are papers out there kind of showing that as you get a little bit more precise, you get somewhat stronger effect estimates. But I guess it is possible that could over linearize something. So those are my only real points. As I say, I think all the issues I've brought up before about means and things like that make me question a little bit what number we settle on eventually here and why just 10. I feel like we're at almost every step being a little bit conservative about where we're picking a number. But I would very much want to hear my colleagues' opinions on this.
Thank you. Jane Clougherty.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So as with many of the charge questions, I struggled a little bit with where exactly we were intended to focus in trying to answer this one. So where I focused in was on section 3.5.2.4, which is the section that focuses on uncertainties, although of course uncertainties are discussed kind of throughout the document in various places. So I'll just go through some of the key items that jumped out to me in that section following on the risk assessments. So there was a point made on 3-177 that the choice of the concentration response function really only had a very small impact on the risk estimates at the end of the day, which is good. It suggests a certain robustness in choosing a concentration response function as was used in this risk assessment. And also it was noted on 3-185, as it's noted in other places, that the studies that restrict to exposures below the current standard tend to show a stronger effect estimate, an effect estimate higher in magnitude rather than lower or the same, as do studies using a broader range of concentration or a higher range of concentration. And taking those 2 points together, it seems to me that EPA has a very good basis for using the steepest justifiable concentration response function that they're comfortable using in these risk assessments. A separate point is that it was very unclear to me, and this is mentioned on 3-178, why the risk modeling scenarios were based only on across the board changes in either primary PM2.5 or NOx or SO2 reductions from anthropogenic sources. So assuming a fixed percentage drop in all anthropogenic sources, which seemed to me, I mean, maybe it's the kind of assumption you need to make just to be able to get through the process with some expediency. But it seemed a very kind of unrealistic assumption to make because of the irregularity in how policy implementation usually goes. So thinking about sort of changes under the Clean Air Act that affected particularly SO2 regulations at the largest power plants, those are clearly differentially distributed. So it's not an across the board standard, constant percent reduction. So I'm not sure exactly how that would play out, or if there is a more realistic emissions reduction scenario that could have been used. Not suggesting that EPA redo it at this point, but something to think about in the future. On 3-180, the at-risk populations are defined here as children, older adults, and those with pre-existing cardiovascular or respiratory diseases. And then race and ethnicity are not discussed until the following paragraph. And they're discussed as another factor, but they're not sort of in the definition of at-risk population, it appears. And likewise, socioeconomic position is not mentioned here, and I wonder if it really should be. There were a couple of issues that came up in this section that are really related to things that I raised yesterday. And that's part of my challenge in working through this document, because the same themes do come up again and again. And I appreciate how challenging a revision task we're giving EPA when we suggest changes, because there are so many places in the document where some of these changes need to be carried through. So one that jumped out to me here was the relationship between mean concentration and design values. And yesterday we had a discussion really clarifying that because the design value by definition reflects the highest monitored EPA regulatory monitors in a given area, it is expected to be higher than the average of all the regulatory monitors in the area. That's a given. And likewise, it should be higher than the mean, the average of exposure effect estimates, model-based exposure effect estimates for that area. Again, because it's the highest monitored location. But that should not in any way be taken to say that that design value captures the highest exposures in an area, and that exposures can't be quite a bit above that. Because it is only the highest among the EPA monitored locations. And I think that's a really important distinction that needs to be made. Again, throughout the document, we talked about it at some length yesterday, but it does come up again here. There's, I think, a really important point made on 3-197, which is that, and I'm quoting here, meeting a revised annual standard with a lower level may also proportionally reduce exposure and risk in Black populations slightly more so than in white populations in simulated scenarios just meeting alternative annual standards. So in other words, reducing the annual standard would produce proportionately greater reductions for Black populations than for white populations, if I'm understanding the implications correctly, which is important and should be underscored that there's a real opportunity here. There's an opportunity not only for reducing exposures and risk overall, but actually reducing actually making an impact on a well-known, well-documented disparity in both exposures and risk. And that's an important opportunity that should be highlighted. The justification for considering alternative levels. Again, I'm not taking issue with anything that EPA has done or considering any changes to the risk assessment at this point, but it is awkward that the justification as offered on 3-197 argues that there are linear associations shown in the EPI studies down to 8 micrograms per meter cubed, and below 8, and in some cases below 5, it's really where the shape of the concentration response function is less clear. However, EPA then moves into presenting only risk assessments down to 10 micrograms per meter cubed. So it's very awkward to set up the framing, arguing that we could justify exploring a standard down to 8, but we'll stop at 10. So it would be nice to see some consistency there. I think it's in that same section on alternative annual standard levels where the mistake continues to be made that, again, we spoke about this at length yesterday, but I'm just pointing out another place in the document where the mean of the distribution in an EPI study is being overinterpreted. And it's being interpreted to apply to that point on the curve when the concentration response function is best known, which clearly is not true. That concentration response function is best known within a range of which the mean is by definition above the beginning of that range. So I think that point needs to be, yeah.
Can I interrupt you for a second? You're making some important points, but I think if we've made them before and they're in your written comments, then we probably don't need to say them again. I only mostly say that because we're running out of time, and I'm not trying to cut you off.
That was my last point anyway, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we'll move on to Jeremy.
Okay, as promised, very quickly. Most of my written comments deal with what I'm calling the Turpin conundrum. I hope, Barb, you're okay with that, because you did kind of start this whole conversation about the controlling whatever and all that kind of stuff and whatever. So yes, I'm not gonna talk about those again. I am just gonna say that I sort of agree and disagree with Mark Frampton about the weight that the human controlled exposure studies have. I think that they may be given too much weight, which is why I would advocate actually for looking not only at the experimental studies, but also the human panel studies as well. And this is where I threatened to talk about this during the last meeting, but I do actually think that they are informative. I think that they fill kind of a piece to the evidentiary puzzle. Oftentimes these panel studies are with, cohorts or panels of individuals with, pre-existing cardiorespiratory disease. Some of the studies that I've been involved with, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made about the lack of control in these studies, but I do think that they're basically absent from this PA about their importance in terms of informing risk associated with subdaily exposures or peak exposures. And
Jeremy, could I weigh in on that point? Because I noticed there were some comments from the public about panel studies, and I think an important thing is, and I would ask if you could look at that we make sure that the body of literature is appropriately cited, at least in the ISA, and it sounds like you're also arguing they should be cited and discussed in the PA as well.
Yeah,
and if you could just make sure that when you finalize your comments, that you make sure that those references are addressed, that would be helpful.
We'll definitely do that. I mean, EPA suggests that, or rightly states in this draft that that more work, more research is needed to look at subdaily exposures, and then they kind of go on to talk about the human controlled exposures and the animal exposures. So, but I would also kind of put the panel studies in there as well. And just the last point is about the CR function at low concentrations. I also sort of seized upon that part that Mark talked about the linear, how below a certain level, there might be a tendency to kind of linearize this curve based upon measurement error. liked how they talked about this and why they justified like this linearization here in the PA. And there's like a little bit of dissonance between how they explain the shape of this curve at low concentrations in the PA compared to the supplemental ISA. And I'm gonna stop talking right now.
Thank you, Jeremy. Next up is Corey.
I don't really have anything to say. I think that we're living the difficulty of interpreting risk assessments as EPA is, that in pulling together all of these different pieces from all these different pieces of evidence, and as it all gets more and more sophisticated, there's always uncertainties that remain. And I actually thought that EPA sort of hit all of the big ones in discussing them. So yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the rest of the panel. Anyone have anything you want to add to this charge question? Not to rush everybody, but looking at the time, Mark, do you feel like you have enough to respond to this charge question?
So I think I feel like I do to the first part of the question. I'm a little less certain about that second part. Does the discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support preliminary conclusions regarding alternative primary annual PM 2.5 standards that are appropriate to consider? Are we being asked to comment on whether they're justifying the ones they've sort of thrown out there, or are we being asked to, and if so, how do the other folks feel about what they've put out, which is primarily 10, but I guess there's occasionally they say 8 somewhere. They might mention they could go that low. Well, so I'm not sure where this group stands on that.
I thought there were 2 sets of discussion, the range of 10 to 12 and the range of 8 to 10. And so, Jim, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say what you said, and I haven't really heard any discussion amongst the panelists of if 10 to 12 is more appropriate or 8 to 10, because I think that needs to be part of our recommendation, and it might end up being we don't come to consensus on that. But I think I think that's actually one of the most important part of the discussions of the whole day. So Leanne, I mean, I assume we should have that now.
Sure. So in the context of the answering, does the discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support preliminary conclusions regarding alternative primary annual standards that are appropriate to consider? So I guess that is both for the 10 to 12 range and for the 8 to 10 range, where they talk about different amounts of weight for different considerations and whether we agree with those from a scientific point of view. Barbara.
I think it was very...
I'm sorry, can I just jump in real quick?
Yeah.
I guess one is, do they provide adequate justifications, but are we also not going to be trying to come to consensus on a recommendation on should it be 10 to 12 or 8 to 10, or are we not going to go there? Are we just going to say, yes, they provided sufficient justification for these 2 ranges? So I guess that's what my question was.
Yeah, that's a really good question. The charge question doesn't ask us to come up with a recommendation. So I hadn't really thought we would go there, but really we could. I'm not sure we have time in this meeting. We probably have to schedule an entirely additional meeting to fully vet that. And I see Aaron wants to weigh in, which is helpful because he always keeps me on track for the rules.
Yeah, and again, it's one thing to answer the charge questions, but CASAC also provides advice on the standard. And so that is an important role for CASAC to come up with that recommendation for the particular level. Now, whether you do that in the context of this charge question or not is something you can decide. But that is something CASAC's role at the end of this at the end of this review is to come up with a recommendation on the standard.
Yeah, well, that's going to be hard to do in what's basically 15 minutes left because we need to have some time for public comments as well.
So what I would suggest, and again, this is just a proposal, I'll put this out there. We stop this discussion, or let me say we pause this discussion at 4:45. We take the public comments, and if everyone can stay on for another hour, then we can continue this discussion. So, including the panel's thoughts on the recommended levels until 5:30, then we can finish the remaining charge questions on chapters 4 and 5 until 6 p.m. So if we could just ask everyone to stay on for another hour. Anyhow, that's just a proposal. I'll put that out there.
I would agree.
Okay, Barbara.
Well, I just wanted to congratulate them on how well it's written. Like, I really think they did a good job of saying, if you put more weight on X, you come up with this answer. And if you put more weight on Y, you come up with this other answer. And then I would have, debating in my head where it would be from there, which, but anyway, I think they did a very nice job. And when I answered that specific charge question, I would say yes.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify a few other things because I skipped over because we'd talked about a lot of these issues too, but I think I know we've already talked about them, but I want to say this quickly because I think I would put it into my response, is that a lot of things I've talked about before, and Jane touched on it about the mean issue, for example, the focus on the mean and not some distribution around it. And a few of the other comments we've been talking about, I agree with Barbara. I like the way they've set this out. Like, here's where we would go if you emphasize a little bit more of this or that. I think I might call out in the response to this some of those issues, like the mean focus, making at least me, and I would love to hear if others concur if this is consensus or not. Emphasize, de-emphasize that focus on the mean, which to me sort of pushes me a little bit lower in where I might start looking at the standard levels. So I only raise that because these are, I was going to pull in bits of conversations that have happened in the context of responding to other charge questions, because this is sort of going across, it cuts across.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful to make sure that you emphasize that you bring that in, and also how it helps you think about what standard you might recommend. Do we have, since we're going to take until quarter of before we have the public comments, is there anything more that people want to say about weighing in on the standard right now? Does anyone have an opening suggestion for where you think it should, what you think CASAC should recommend based on your interpretation of the scientific evidence? So I just heard Mark say that because of how he views the mean issue, that he would go for something lower than maybe the arguments would suggest. Maybe that's.
Let me just add, it's not just that, it's also the thing that was just brought up, for example, this dissonance between saying that it seems like, we have good CR information down to 8, but then they sort of dismiss that in setting 10. So that's another one where I was a little, I felt that was oddly justified.
Okay, thank you. Michael.
Yes, well, my feeling is that there is a fair amount of information saying that there are, health effects at 10, or as low as 10. And therefore, it seems like putting the standard in the range of 8 to 10 would be much more health protective.
Thank you, John.
Ditto.
Okay, Mark.
Ditto.
David.
I agree, 8 to 10.
Barbara.
Well, I was going to say it's really easy to come up with 9 to 11. So I have to be different, but I could find my way to consensus, I think.
You mean at 8 to 10? Is that what you're saying?
Making a first pass at 9 to 11, then I'll hear everybody else.
Okay, Jeremy.
I agree, 8 to 10, based on the new EPI especially. Yeah.
Thank you. George,
Ditto. Hey, put me down the 8 to 10 club.
I need to make a table here. Deborah, or
I agree.
yeah.
I agree with 8 to 10.
Jennifer.
8 to 10. I'll make it easy for you, Leanne.
Okay, Jane. You're still muted.
Yep. I want to acknowledge this is kind of a really quick gear shift from kind of thinking about the issues to having to come to some kind of consensus on a number very quickly, not quite expecting to do so.
Well, this is the conversation right now. We'll have a little more time, assuming you can stay after the public comments. So if you're not ready to say anything, then you give yourself a little time to reflect.
Well, I will say where I am, which is that with the mean issue that we've discussed several times and the apparently stronger magnitudes on studies that are restricted at the low end, that absolutely pushes me to the low end in correspondence with most of my colleagues. That said, we've also discussed problems in co-pollutant adjustment, which continues to irk me in many of the PM studies, unfortunately. So I remain torn. But for now, I'll concur with 8 to 10.
Okay, so the co-pollutant adjustment suggests higher to you? Is that what you're saying? Or just a reservation overall?
A reservation and a question mark that remains for me around some of the evidence that we've looked at. Okay, that there may be other pollutants at play.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a systematic way of doing things. Does anybody else want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I'm actually favoring what Barbara said because I was thinking more of 10 given the uncertainties. So I'm sort of liking her 9 to 11.
Okay, Christina.
I actually have a process question because I know Aaron made his suggestion and it sounds like we're going with that, but that may not work. I know it does not work for me. So I want to make sure that we decide on something so that everyone can be represented and express their viewpoints.
Okay, you mean like as far as extending the meeting?
Correct.
Right, and I've heard from at least one other person can't stay. Is there any, let's see, how do we want to put this? Is there anyone that, a couple of people are saying it's difficult to stay?
I mean, is it possible to schedule another day specifically to talk about this for just the hour, or can it be taken up at the next meeting with revision when we're talking about our first draft of the charge questions? Those are both other options.
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron. Better tell us what we can do.
Yeah, so the problem with postponing this to the next meeting, which, again, we're polling dates right now. And so we're looking at February, March-ish. That's to discuss the draft report, but you have to write that draft report. So that's why you need to have this discussion now so that you know what to draft. You still have an opportunity to weigh in. So you can, if you're not going to be able to stay, you can still weigh in with the lead discussants in drafting that report. Or if some are more vested and you can't make it, then we can include you in those in the drafting of that report. But you'll still have an opportunity to then see the draft of that report, and you can discuss that at the next meeting. But at least you have something to work with. But if we postpone everything now, then you won't even have a draft to discuss in terms of the preliminary consensus or not consensus of what the group discussed now. So even if you're not going to be able to make that, you have an opportunity to weigh in the drafting of it, as well as you'll see the entire report and you can comment on that during the next meeting.
Okay, so we still have time, because I know we have to voice everything in a call. So we can do that at the next meeting in addition to being involved with the revision. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, ultimately,
Thank you.
what we decide has to be made public, and we want to have enough material to move forward today. So I think there looks like there's about a half a dozen people who can't stay. But if we go ahead and stay with those of us who are here, then we can get through everything and then make sure to include the people who can't stay in an appropriate way in the drafting of the report. And then, of course, you will see everything and be able to discuss it at the consensus meeting. So I think that's what I'm recommending in terms of moving forward. And did you want to weigh in at all now, Christina, or you took your hand down, so maybe you're not ready?
Oh, yeah, that's difficult. I'm kind of thinking of the 9 to 11
Okay.
initially.
Thank you. All right, Jim.
10 to 11.
It's interesting.
Anyone else want to weigh in now? Judy?
8 to 10.
Oh, and Mark, I missed you.
Yeah, I actually just have another process question because I know we're about to open up to public comment. As we draft up these things, again, being new to CASAC, not understanding all the rules and regulations and process, how are we supposed to, if in any way, incorporate the public comment? Is that just to influence our thinking and discussion, or is there something else?
That's correct. So to the extent public comments inform your responses, you can acknowledge that, but you don't need to formally respond to public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, you still have your hand up, or you?
No, I'm trying to take it down.
Okay. Let's see, Corey.
Yeah, I haven't said anything. I struggle to find anything in here to not suggest 8 to 10.
Okay. All right. I'm thinking that since there's no more hands up, even though we're a minute early, that Aaron, I'm going to turn it back over to you for public comments. And then we will come back. And if we have further discussion on this, we will do that then.
Okay, yes. So we can do public comments now. Okay, so our first speaker. Sorry. Okay, so our first speaker will be John Bachman with Environmental Protection Network.
Thanks, Aaron, and thanks for the panel. I really feel bad actually extending your day, but it's important. I want to comment on the daily standard and the annual standard. I also want to comment on, based on some years of experience here, you might be putting a little too much weight on the risk assessment because EPA tends not to put a lot of weight on the risk assessment in selecting the level of the standard. That's an important point. It's not the only thing there. It's also incomplete. But on the daily standard, EPA based keeping the daily standard largely on their assessment of 2-hour controlled human studies, as others have pointed out on the panel. They should do a more comprehensive assessment of what those studies don't say, as Dr. Frampton pointed out, and what they do say if you look at longer averaging times like 4 to 5 hours, where you see levels at ambient levels allowed by the daily standard, 24 to 38 micrograms per cubic meter in healthy people having effects. And we've taken a look at the 3 papers on control studies Dr. Peel mentioned, and we think they are relevant because they show combustion aerosols from both fossil and wood fuel using different equipment also suggest effects at levels near or a bit above ambient standards like 10 to 46 micrograms per cubic meter, as well as much higher levels. We hope CASAC will recommend their consideration along with the panel short-term studies. If there's not room for the panel studies, there's just evidence more, and I think your focus on what the actual studies say Epidemiology studies say is really an important addition. We do have epi studies, as Dr. Weisskopf pointed out, Schwartz et al. 2018, showing mortality when restricted to daily levels of 25 micrograms per cubic meter or less. The daily standard really should be based on the appropriate risk target. Just because there's a limited number of people that get benefits from mortality in a risk assessment that doesn't include some of the places that have this issue, you have special populations, whether they are rural and use wood smoke, or whether they are urban near some large direct source. They have to be protected. So the question is 35 the right number for that? Look at the data and come to a conclusion. Maybe it's going to be 35, but whatever it is, it ought to be considered and based not just on a risk assessment relative amount that the annual does better, but on what the actual effects are suggested. The annual standard, I think the PA puts too much emphasis on having to understand how various exposures in cohort studies, particularly the Canadian studies, are related to the US design values, because the former administration's argument for not changing standards noted that meeting a current standard of 12 at a design value monitor will produce averages similar to some of the averages found in cohort studies, so there's no reason to change the standard. But that logic should not be turned around in the evidence-based approach that EPA relies mostly on in making their recommendations here. Let's say in the policy assessment, a hypothetical, let's say we decide the population weighted average or the 25th percentile, I'll pick a number that's 8 micrograms per cubic meter is appropriate. The design value might apply to that particular cohort. It's irrelevant to the decision on the standard. Environmental justice and the Clean Air Act itself demands it should be based at that target level and apply everywhere, including the populations exposed to the highest level in an area near the design value. To do otherwise means you're moving back to a spatial average approach. That's enough from me. Thank you.
So does the panel have any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to the next speaker. Okay, so our next speaker will be James Emstrom with UCLA and Scientific Integrity Institute.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this will continue or repeat a couple of the comments I made on November 17th. And that is the fact that the policy assessment is not objectively done. And I have tabulated as one measure the authors that are cited. And I assembled 72 authors primarily based at Harvard Chan and the Canadian authors and Chinese co-authors. 72 of these authors were cited 1,329 times. If you look at the critics of the PM 2.5 NACs and the causal relationships that are supposedly presented in the policy assessment, you have 61 critics that are cited a total of 22 times. And a lot of this is just citation of Cox's previous letters to EPA. So there is really a tremendous misrepresentation of the evidence in these in this document. Also, there is use of Medicare records, which is not authorized by the recipients. In other words, these records are being used without the normal epidemiologic criteria of getting consent from those that are having their records used. And I think that's a factor that I'm trying to investigate right now. Again, I think you have to put some perspective. This goes to what Jim Boylan was saying. Because the standard now, or the actual population weighted average in the United States is only around 7 micrograms per cubic meter, it's really not necessary to change the standard. It's already being done by existing regulations. And that'll just punish people that are momentarily above a new lower standard. And so I think you really have to calculate what the actual projected savings are, assuming there is actually a causal relationship. And I'm recruiting other epidemiologists that will weigh in on this causality issue, and especially interact with the NAS-NACS panel that's working on this issue. But it's really important to increase the integrity level that's going on here with the assessment of this evidence. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the panel members? Okay, so our last speaker will be John Graham with the Clean Air Task Force.
Thank you. Could you put the slide up that I had sent? So thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Key points. I mean, I'm motivated by the work over the last 10 years that I've had working closely with community groups. And one thing I've learned from them is that their lived experience is that when they encounter short-term spikes in air pollution like fine particles in their neighborhoods, they're reporting breathing trouble, increased use of rescue inhalers and other responses. So I know that the standards as they exist aren't really effectively limiting the health responses in the public. Something to note between sub-daily exposures and a 24-hour average, if you're not really immersed in the data, the difference between a daily average of 35 versus a daily average of 30, it's not being generated by 24 individual hours that are offset by 5. Instead, the differences between a 35 and a 30, for example, are generated by a few hours, like, for example, 4 hours that might be 30 micrograms higher on one day versus another. When you 30 times 4 is 120 divided by 24 hours, ends up in a microgram change of 5 over 24 hours. So really, we're thinking about these 24-hour value averages as being a whole day, but it's really being driven by the sub-daily effects. So this is what I've shown here, the chart that I've looked at the sub-daily averages and compared them using 2018 and 2020 data. I reviewed locations that met design value criteria for levels 35, 30, and 25. You can see the population of the number of monitors that met these criteria for this 3-year period. I had to include 34 and 36 because there aren't enough just at the individual integer level of 35, and same for the other levels of the standard. I calculated peak 2-hour values for all the days in these 3 years for these 43 total sites and the 4-hour average max, and looked at just the daily max as opposed to the EPA's approach, which I think looked at every possible 2-hour level or 4-hour level. And so what you can see from this is that there's a really distinct change in how subdaily peaks are driven by changes in the associated 24-hour 3-year average 98th percentile. If we want to look at this in more detail, if you look at, say, the 99th percentile, which in a sense is 3 or 4 days a year, you can see that for sites that meet a 35, the current level of the daily standard, that's 120 micrograms and higher for 3 to 4 days out of the year. So over 3 years, that's 12 days. And then if we were to reduce that standard down to 30, you can see there's a marked drop in those extreme levels. They drop by almost 40 down to just about 84 is the peak levels, and a little bit higher than that for the worst days. And then if you were to go down to a design value of 25, the sites that meet that level, the 2-hour maximum drop down to even lower, closer to 60. And the next slide, if you can see that, the analysis for 4 hours, same kind of behavior in these distributions of the percentiles. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information.
Okay, do we have any questions from the panel members? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you to the public for your comments. We appreciate it. And I think we are back to sort of discussing the standard. And I put together my notes while we were talking, while we were listening to the public comments. And of the people who have weighed in, it looks like we have 12 people that voted for 8 to 10, 3 who voted for 9 to 11, and 1 who voted for 10 to 11. And then several people who haven't voted yet as well. I don't know if there's anyone else who wants to make a comment. Stephanie.
Just going to say that I can lock in my vote at 8 to 10.
Okay. Thank you. Neetha.
I'll add in support for the 8 to 10 range for the reasons already outlined today.
Okay. Alexandra.
I'm also going to go for 8 to 10.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to share now? So we're up to 15. I mean, we all have consensus for lowering the standard to at least 11. I think that's a clear statement that we can make, and a pretty strong set of opinions about lowering it down to the 8 to 10 range for reasons that I think have been articulated over the past couple of days. And this would get written up, good question, whether it would get folded into Mark's job or whether it gets shared with somebody else in terms of writing it up. We'll have to figure that out. Christina.
I'm going to change mine to 8 to 10. Because
Okay.
I'm really thinking 10.
You're really thinking 10, so you'll go with it being at the top of your range?
Yes, because I think there's evidence for it to also be lower. So.
Okay. Okay, Barbara.
I guess I feel like I'd like to look again at the EPI studies that are below the current standard and see the short-term. Well, I'm thinking about the short-term studies, but yeah, I guess I started thinking about the 24-hour standard, so I'm out of line.
Well, actually, Barbara, I do think, and I need to go back and look, I do think there are also ones on the annual standard that focus on less than 12.
Yes, there are.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, and that, yeah. Anyway, if anyone ends up wanting to put some words around that evidence that would help us come to consensus, then I'd be happy to hear it.
You mean the scientific evidence for the studies suggesting 8 to 10?
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, and I think those are the one, that's where the EPA authors put more weight on the more sensitive populations, right? The more vulnerable populations in making their decision.
I'm looking.
The higher exposures by Hispanic and Black people and people of color.
Yeah, maybe Christina's going to weigh in on that question. Is that what you were thinking? Or not? You have your hand up, Christina?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to take it down.
George, were you going to weigh in on that question?
Well, I was going to point out there's actually a very recent study that is outside of the time window for the ISA supplement in Lancet Planetary Health. Came out of the Harvard Chan group, long-term effects of exposure to lower concentrations of air pollution on mortality among US Medicare participants and vulnerable subgroups, a doubly robust approach. It's highly relevant to this discussion, but it's not on the radar because it's not included, and it just came out in October. But if folks are looking for additional input on this topic, that's worth a quick read. And I don't know, from a procedural point of view, can we consider literature outside of the time window for the supplement?
Aaron, do you want to, is there anything we need to hear from you about that?
I guess EPA can answer that with regards to inclusion into their documents. But CASAC can weigh in on and provide advice based off of whatever support that you think could be there. If there is a study that you think is critical for EPA to consider, then I think that needs to be brought out now as well.
Thank you. Karen, did you, it doesn't sound like you wanted to say anything more. So I think the answer is yes, we can recommend that be considered as part of our advice. David.
Well, I was going to say, if we're thinking outside of mortality, there's numerous studies, that have been done and shown, with average levels, whatever median levels, whatever you want to describe, pollution levels below the standard, that have shown various morbidity effects. I mean, New York State, we've seen most of those. I mean, in Rochester, that's a pretty standard thing, is to have pollution levels reasonably low, but yet we find health effects, others find health effects as well. So I think there's so much epi-evidence for effects below 12, below 10.
Mark.
Yeah, thanks. I did want to sort of just come back to that at-risk population aspect, because maybe I need to go back over the various texts, but my gestalt coming out of it was that there wasn't huge focus on at-risk populations. It was actually kind of just general populations, and I sometimes question that, because it did seem like there were at-risk groups that you might see more effect in, but I don't know whether I'm just missed it and didn't care for that. But I don't know how others feel about that, whether these levels we're talking about are being driven by just general population or actually to protect those at most risk, and is that what is supposed to happen?
So I think also there wasn't a lot of evidence that I recall, and I'm looking now, particularly for the justification below 8 to 10. But I think what I'm hearing you say, and what several people think, is that given the at-risk populations, that would suggest a lower level, because they tend to be, they have higher exposure and they have higher risks both. So my tally is now up to 17 have voted for 8 to 10, 2 for 9 to 11, and 1 for 10 to 11, and a couple of us haven't voted. Doesn't sound to me like there's further discussion. We will have to provide, I think, our scientific rationale for this being the level that we that most of us are arguing for. And we've heard a number of arguments over the past few days, and I don't have them called in front of me, but maybe we could go over those quickly. One of them was the point that Mark was making about the design values and the conservativeness of using the means. Another was the lack of consistency about treating the linearity of the relationship down at lower concentrations, so the concentration response function. Maybe some people can help me and chime in with some others because I don't have them in front of me. Mark. Oh, you're muted.
I'm sorry, are we talking now about the annual standard?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
But you made an important point about sort of too much weight being placed on the controlled human studies.
Well, that was really talking more about the 24, the daily
Oh, okay.
standard.
That was more about the 24-hour.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. You're right. Mark, other Mark.
Yeah. So one of the other issues, and I didn't get a whole lot of discussion, but I think I would, if I'm writing part of this, I might talk about this. So I'd love people's comments to see how they feel about it. But it was the issue of the Canadian studies to me, and I may, unless that's what you were referring to about the design value. I mean, my issue is that the fact that there doesn't happen to be a design value monitor, to Canadian average is not relevant to me. You've got a Canadian average in a city. We know if that average was happening in a U.S. city, what the design value would be, and so if people want to weigh in on that, to me, I don't see that as a reason to not take the Canadian studies.
Right. Yeah, that was an important point you made. I thought that when I was bringing up the means, it was more your other point that you'd made earlier, that the way they were using the means was just generally conservative. So thank you for bringing up that point as well. Barbara.
So what about the new peer-reviewed HEI report from the Medicare study that it seems to support 9, and it's US data.
Okay, that's certainly something we can incorporate in. Thank you. Mark Frampton.
Just a comment that in terms of these 2 studies that we've just talked about, I think we can cite these studies in our letter and provide a brief summary of what's in the study and use them to support our favoring of an 8 to 10 range for the standard. I think that's perfectly legitimate to do. That's different than just recommending that they be incorporated into the PA or the ISA. It's too late to do that, really. I think we ought to use those studies as a part of the science to support our recommended range.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Any further discussion on this? Sounds like we have not complete consensus, but we have a fairly strong vote for the range of 8 to 10 and some reservations which we want to make sure to articulate as well for the higher levels. And I think I'm hearing one of the reasons is more weight on the risk assessment. Is that a reason for the people that were voting for 9 to 11 or 10 to 11 that you might have picked that? Or do you want to articulate other reasons why some of us were going for a little bit higher?
This is Jim Boylan. So one of the reasons is, the discussion of the design value versus the area average, where, you know, an area meeting a standard of say 10, the long-term annual average is going to be lower than that. It could be 1 or 2 micrograms lower than that. So that's why, you know, I think 10 is a good number, but, you know, setting a standard at 11 would actually get you an area average of 10. Setting a standard of 10 would get you an area average of 9. So that, you know, the fact that the design value is going to be typically 1 to 2 micrograms higher than the area average was the reason, one of the main reasons for mine.
Okay, thank you. And we had a little bit different perspective on the design values versus the area average from Mark Weisskopf, suggesting that because there's if I remember this, your argument, Mark, suggesting that because there's heterogeneity across the area, that there are actually people exposed to higher levels than even the design value would reflect.
Well, yeah, so that's possible. I wasn't necessarily saying that, but I was saying that that there will be heterogeneity. So in the area, if the area average that someone calculates includes a design value that's 1 to 2 higher, then some people are being exposed to that 1 to 2 higher, and others are being exposed to less than the average. So if we're setting it purely based on that and willing to accept the design value, we have to acknowledge that we're allowing some portion of that area to be exposed to the higher level.
Yeah, and I guess, remember, I mean, we're not going for zero health effects here, right? So it's, I mean, there's, at some point, I guess it becomes a judgment call of, you know, how low you can go. And I mean, I'll acknowledge, yes, there'll be people exposed to those higher levels, but I think the number will be relatively few compared to the area, to the full area.
Yeah, and I certainly agree. I mean, this is also where, you know, that risk assessment comes in, and you know, obviously that plays in. We're not getting to a 0 here. So at some point there's a cutoff has to be made. I guess I'd reiterate though that I'm a little worried, I guess, about the fact that the design value sites, and I could be wrong, I don't know as much about the placement of these things as others on this panel, so please let me know. But my concern is that whether you want to call them more at risk, possibly, but certainly more under-resourced populations may well more typically be near the design value. So if we're also concerned about disparities, that may be something to consider.
Okay, let's see. So clarity. So Mark, are you comfortable writing something on the standard? Did you want to work with me on that? I feel like that was kind of like outside of the question that we would actually recommend a standard. So maybe we should work on it together as opposed to just tossing that off to you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to draft up something without necessarily landing on a standard yet, but we can do it together. Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Are we comfortable enough to move on to the remaining charge questions? I'm not seeing an objection. Oops, Mike Kleinman.
Not an objection to where we are now, but as long as the issue of suggesting alternative standards is on the table, should we consider also thinking in terms of the 24-hour standard?
That's a good comment. And that sounds like why Aaron had his hand up. I appreciate you all keeping me on track. I'll be more experienced next time, but yes, we should probably. There was enough of us who thought the 24-hour standard should be lowered. So opening bid on that. Is that Mark? Are you coming up with that?
Yes, and this is just a suggestion to start the discussion, is that one option would be not to make a specific recommendation for a range, but to simply conclude that we disagree. We feel the justification is inadequate for maintaining the current level of the standard, and perhaps the form of the standard as well. And that changes to both the form and the level be considered. And then point out the reasons that we've talked about, and not specify a range, which may simplify our discussions.
Well, and that I think that has some merit given the evidence that EPA put together in the policy assessment didn't look at some of these questions that I feel like in order to make a scientific judgment, we would probably feel like we would want a more thorough analysis of changing the form and of some alternative levels above and beyond the one that they looked at. Barbara.
Yeah, and a different emphasis on the science versus the risk assessment that they did.
Mm-hmm.
So I would support that. I have to back up just 1 second because I went back to look at figure 3-21, which is looking at environmental justice, and it's the risk assessment, mortality risk assessment from an environmental justice standpoint, and just noticing what a big difference it makes when you go from 10 to 9 for the annual. And so I just thought it was worth saying that.
Okay, what figure was that again?
Figure 3-21.
Thank you. So what do people think about Mark's proposal that we actually not come up with a recommended 24-hour standard, given that, well, we didn't completely reach consensus, but probably more important that the policy assessment didn't address some of the things that we would feel like we would need to have looked at in order to make a scientific recommendation. And the two big ones that I heard were the form, specifically by breaking up the nighttime, we're missing wood smoke areas was an important one that redoing a risk assessment or just even quantifying areas with that different form might show some differences. And then the other important one was that there were a number of other, there could have been lower levels that were looked at that were not considered. So I think those would be the two reasons for that. George.
I think it's expected of us, I think, that we'd come back with a range. If we say, okay, 35 isn't good enough, like protective enough, I think we've said that, then we need to go back and see if we can come to some rough consensus on, okay, EPA puts out 30 in the PA. Potentially numbers lower than that are on the table. My own take is, if we, it's hard to change the form, and this is actually important. It's actually easier to change the number than the form, and the form for the daily is really, really important. It's not as important for the annual, but not really important at all. But for the daily, the form, the various parts of the form and the number are intimately tied. It's also true that, at least in my opinion, the annual and the daily are interconnected. They work together. And as you lower the daily, 8 to 10 seems to be the best consensus. Then that reflects on what to do with the daily as well. So I would hope we can come up with some numbers, whether it's 25 to 30. I think probably 30 to 35 is not, well, we could say that, but it's a little weird. So if we can go there in some way, I think that would be useful.
Okay, so are you making a recommendation for going to 25 to 30?
With the current form, because of the issues with residential wood smoke areas, I would put myself in the 25 to 30 camp. Yes.
And the alternative you're thinking is 30 to 35?
With the, well, 25 to 30 includes 30. 35, I think we have taken off the table. So
Okay.
I would just say 25 to 30 with the current form. The upper end of that with the current form is, in my opinion, kind of marginal in terms of it being adequately protective, certainly with sensitive individuals in these wood smoke towns that Barbara and others have talked about.
Mark Frampton.
George, why is it hard to change the form, and the fact that it's hard to change the form, should that stop us from recommending a change?
No, it shouldn't. That's just historically, typically the form is the last thing talked about. So by hard, I mean just from the will of the process. We can, as a panel, we can change it. We can suggest changing it to 99th percentile. We can say, no, it should be noon to noon instead of midnight, or it could be rolling 24. As we get more continuous monitors out there, rolling 24 becomes actually a real possibility, which was not around, 8 to 10 years ago. My vote would be rolling 24. A 30 with rolling 24, boom, I'm in. But midnight to midnight 24, 25 is more my goal. So it's really just like the history of how the process has worked. I think EPA in particular is not fond of changing the form in these standards that have been around in that form for a long time. But we can say anything we want.
Yeah. And the challenge is that it's late and people are dropping off. So the moment we're talking about the current form at 25 to 30, or changing the form to either a rolling 24-hour average or a noon to noon average. And the rolling presumably would be the maximum over of the rolling over a 24-hour period. And then 30. Those are the two suggestions I heard. Barbara.
I think we'll find substantial short-term epi evidence, that we have substantial epi evidence for the 25 to 30, and that I think changing the form is going to be hard to justify. But I hear what you're saying, George, about the midnight peaks, but I don't know if it's necessary to change the form.
Mark Weiskopf.
Yeah, I guess I come back also to what is the evidence. And I think it was a point that Jeremy made about he was suggesting, it would be nice to sort of see different scenarios and what the evidence is based on. I feel less comfortable at the moment with what is the evidence for changing the form. Not that there isn't or couldn't be, but I just haven't seen it. So I'm not sure what it would be based on.
Yeah, that's a good comment. Jim.
So if we're talking about the form, one thing we haven't talked about is, the 98th percentile in a year would be the 8th highest value. So you could have 7 values of 100 and the 8th value be 35. And so your 98th percentile is 35, or you could have 8 values of 35 and your 98th percentile is 35. And one thing I'd propose for the ozone standard is similar is, instead of doing a percentile, you do an average of, say, your 8 highest days. That way, you're not throwing away these super high values. So if a new form is being considered, I think, an integrated form such as an average of your 8 highest days would be more appropriate than a percentile.
I like that.
Thank you. Mike Kleinman.
Yeah, possibly we can make a recommendation on the range with a stipulation that EPA should investigate the merits of changing the form of the standard, because we're just speculating right now as to what a change would do. Whereas they do have numbers where they can actually make calculations and come up with something for the future.
Thank you, Judy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what Mike just said.
I do as
Okay.
well. This is Mark. I do as well.
Okay, so
This is John. I do as well.
okay. So we are coming to some consensus that I hear we're recommending a range of 25 to 30 based on the evidence, and that we recommend investigating the form. And a couple of proposals that were on the table were instead of doing the 98th percentile, doing the average of the eight highest, and also looking at a rolling 24 hours. So those were some of the ways that we wanted that the form to be investigated. That's what I heard. Okay. We will obviously have to vet this more when we have the full committee and a draft consensus. Mark Weiskopf, I'm assuming Judy and Jim, your hands are still up from before? Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Mark.
I was just asking, sorry, I was not jotting notes there. And is this supposed to go in my section? And if so, I was hoping
Well,
I could your notes.
at the moment, we're writing this part together.
Okay, good.
So I think at the moment it falls under your charge question, which when I'd made the assignments, I hadn't really thought about. So you and I'll do this piece of it together. You can deal with the questions as written, and we'll deal with the recommendations for the standards together. Okay. Any more discussion on the levels or the forms of either of the standards? Okay, then we're going to move on to chapter 4, and I'm going to ask the people that are assigned to do this. You can put up the slide while I'm speaking. And ask the people who are assigned to really do the real big picture comments at a really high level, given the amount of time we have left. So this is chapter 4 summarizes key aspects of the health effects evidence that are particularly relevant considering the adequacy of the current PM10 standard. Chapter 4 presents preliminary conclusion that the available evidence does not call into question the adequacy of the public health protection provided by the current primary PM10 standard, and that it is appropriate to consider retaining this standard in this recent consideration. Chapter 4 also identifies key areas for additional research and data collection in order to inform future reviews. So to what extent does Chapter 4 capture and appropriately characterize the key aspects of the evidence assessed in the integrated in the 2019 ISA on PM10-2.5 related health effects? What are the panel's views on the interpretation of the health evidence for short and long-term course exposures for the purpose of evaluating the adequacy of the current primary PM10 standard? Specifically, to what extent is the consideration of the evidence, including uncertainties, technically sound and clearly communicated? And lastly, what are the panel's views on conclusions regarding support for new or updated quantitative analyses? And two more. What are the panel's views on primary conclusions regarding adequacy of the current primary PM10 standard and on the public health policy judgments that support those preliminary conclusions? Does the discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support the preliminary conclusion that it's appropriate to consider retaining the current primary PM10 standard without revision in this reconsideration? And lastly, what are the panel's views on areas for additional research that are identified in Chapter 4? Are there additional areas that should be highlighted? So we have Mike Kleinman, Terry Gordon, Stephanie Levinsky-Desir, who had to leave, Nita Thacker, and Corey Ziegler, who also had to leave. So we'll do the best we can with the people who are here. Mike, do you want to start us out?
Yeah, thank you. With all those sub-questions, it became hard. But I think the last, next to the last question is the key. And so I'm going to dwell on that one. But the EPA was asked to address the overarching question: does the scientific evidence support or call into question adequacy of the protection afforded by the current 24-hour primary PM10 standard against health effects associated with exposures to PM10 to 2.5? So we're talking about, does the PM10 standard adequately cover the effects of coarse particles? And I think that is where some of the issues are in terms of making additional recommendations, but there are a lot of uncertainties in measuring the PM10 to 2.5 range. We don't have standardized methods. We don't have adequate networks that are actually collecting this data. And so the health effects evidence is based on a variety of measurement techniques. So I think based on the available data, I think that we should keeping the PM10 standard at the present level makes sense, because there's not sufficient data to argue for an addition, other levels. And the policy assessment did not consider any alternative standards. So the PA concluded that the available evidence in this reconsideration of the 2020 decision supports retaining the current standard. And I'm leaning in that direction, retain it. But I think in terms of a recommendation of where they need to go for the future, is we really do need to have, if we're considering PM course 10 to 2.5 as a specific issue, we really should have the appropriate ways of measuring it, the networks in place, and doing it. So I think part of the recommendation that I would like to see is that EPA invest in resources to deal with this, because I think PM10, or the coarse part of PM, really has major effects in rural areas and even in urban areas where you have a lot of street dust and things like that. So sources of coarse particles, areas with its construction. So I think my bottom line is keep the standard and assume that the level of evidence seems to support that. We've got some data on coarse PM that shows the health effects are okay, are adequately dealt with by the standard as it is now, but we really need better data. So I'll stop there and let the rest of the panel kick in.
Thank you. Terry Gordon, if you're still here. Yes.
Yep. I agree with what Michael said. Just the major points, I thought Chapter 4 did an excellent job characterizing the key points of evidence. But going back to a couple of meetings ago, when we talked about causality and likely to be causal, I got a bit confused on this chapter because a lot of the epi studies that were discussed were, and even the table that was given, did not reach even likely to be causal. So I was wondering why a lot of that evidence was even bothered to be put into this chapter, and maybe the chapter could be reduced in length because it didn't reach likely to be causal. As Michael was talking, he actually made it a little more clear. So the NACS is PM10, but a lot of the discussion in this is PM10-2.5, which Michael and I have done some of the only research that compared the fine versus coarse fractions. And so we're biased. We think the coarse fraction is important, but I think the chapter needs just a couple sentences that really discuss PM10-2.5 and why that's being discussed so much and not PM10. And then I have some things about the sampling design, but it would just repeat what Michael said. So I think that's it.
Thank you. I think Neetha, you're next because Stephanie's had to leave.
I'll be pretty brief. I don't have much to add to what Michael and Terry just shared. I think one comment that was brought up the other day was both for this section and the visibility section seemed very repetitive from the previous policy assessment since there wasn't much changes or additional new studies. So there was a question of why those two sections were included. So I'll just bring that up again for this section because I know that was brought up last time with regards to the visibility section. This felt largely like a summary of what was presented previously, and I agree with both Michael and Terry's comments regards to the limitations with the current research and where areas are needed.
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, the reason for the repetition is that they did not include any new research. So they did not seek to look at anything other than what was in the 2020 ISA, which was pretty much the same as was in the 2009 ISA, except for adding the additional PM 2.5 to 10 analyses. However, I did a very brief literature search, and there is a huge amount of new data published since 2020 on coarse PM. So I think it's good to keep it on the books and also recommend that in the future that they actually look at that. One other comment is, this will, I'd like to find out if there's a consensus on this, but should we recommend that EPA consider dropping PM10 and having a PM10 to 2.5 standard as opposed to the PM10 standard, which includes all the particles, including the PM 2.5 and the ultrafines?
Judy.
Yeah, I like the idea because we should revisit the 2006 proposal. Fine and coarse particle have some, the property is so different, so that, and the PM10 standard doesn't really mean anything, especially we haven't changed it for 30 years. So that we really should recommend EPA seriously consider to drop the PM10 and invest on the resources on the PM course. And they are, like I mentioned yesterday, they are 10 years worth of data at almost 300 locations so far. And we need to have better understanding of the temporal spatial variations, and we need to have more research on the PM course speciation, especially for bioaerosol. and the carbon and the effect, the association with health effect. And microplastic would also mention that.
Thank you. Terry?
I agree with both Judy and Michael, but I don't see how we can recommend it. The same reason there's very little data specifically looking at the health effects of the coarse fraction. How can we recommend switching to the coarse fraction? I guess that's the conundrum I think of.
And I think what I heard was they're recommending that the next review do that. That's what I thought I heard. Not doing it now.
Okay, thank you.
George Allen.
Oh my, I agree with Mike's comments, although gosh, if a bunch of new studies on PM course, I think I heard you say, I would love to have a list of those. I hadn't noticed them. I was going to say there's not much new, but Mike, you said to the contrary. The charge question it's tortured language regarding PM10 in course. I mean, what we really want to do and what CASAC has said in the past is, we want a PM course standard. PM10 is like measuring CO and ozone, making a new parameter called CO4 and regulating that. And as Judy's comments, it just doesn't make any sense. It's certainly much more spatially variable, and that makes it tricky. I believe there is, or at least was, a proposed PM course FRM in the last couple of rounds back, 10 years or so. It was by difference, which is not a good way to do it. The dichotomous sampler is a much better way to do it, but a little trickier to run. So there was at least discussion of, I don't know if it was ever promulgated, maybe OAQPS could clarify that, whether it was actually promulgated as a PM course FRM. But it's out there and I believe it's being used by difference is what ended up being deployed. So there's just some comments on that.
Thank you. John Baums.
Thank you. So a couple things. First off, just like I harp on wildfires in California, we also have a lot of dust. So the coarse fraction is important. And, an old study that I did in Fresno with kids with asthma, we actually had more effect on asthma symptoms from coarse PM than fine PM. So I want to put what Judy mentioned, that there's a public health context, I think, that is important, especially in areas with high dust, crustal dust PM. So I also agree we shouldn't be recommending that there be a coarse fraction standard now, but for future, I think there needs to be, in our research recommendations, more research done on the coarse fraction, both exposures and health outcomes that EPA can sponsor. And that I do think that the EPA should consider a coarse fraction for the future.
Okay. Terry or Judy, did you want to say something more, or is your hand still up?
Yeah. I agree that with what John just mentioned, that it really should initiate future research because they are potential health effect. And back in 2000, answer George's question, back in 2006, it is a they call the federal references method for that's why they don't call the subsequent PM10 minus 10-2.5 is really 10 minus 2.5. So they are two different FRM, and subtract one from another. Yes, there are uncertainties, and so that's the dichotomous sampling system. So that those are the issues the EPA really need to be investigated or examined. Otherwise, for another 20, 30 years, we're just going to keep this 150 microgram per meter while we trying to really push to lower the PM 2.5 standard, and PM10 become more and more meaningless and not to really mean anything because nobody's going to exceed it.
Thank you, Terry.
Just a little clarification. When I was on the NOx CASAC panel and we tried to recommend where the NOx monitor should go, we were reprimanded. They said that wasn't our prerogative. So with this, can we say that, the course fraction should be monitored and, that FRM instruments should be developed? I just don't know if that's in our prerogative.
Hey, Terry, before somebody answers that question, they did agree to have near roadway monitoring.
Yes. But the lawyers told us the next day we weren't allowed to talk about it. So
But they listened to us.
Okay, I get your drift.
Mike.
Yeah, well, we are asked to look at the recommendations that they put into the PA for research. And they do say that they would like more data on course PM and better methods of developing. So they're in tune with this. So
Okay,
I think EPA is up for it.
And I like where George Allen was going. I just didn't know if we could recommend it.
Well, it sounds like we can just put an emphasis on what EPA has already said, based on what Mike just said. And looking at the time, Mike, do you feel like you have enough? I know we're kind of rushing this. Do you feel like you have enough to write something up?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to chapter 5 and give you guys just a few minutes. Put up the slide, please. And this will be Judy Chow, George Allen, Jim Boylan, Alexandra Punet-Gonzalez, and Barbara Turpin. And so Chapter 5 summarizes the key aspects of the welfare effects evidence that are particularly relevant to considering the adequacy of the current secondary PM standards. Chapter 5 also summarizes the quantitative assessment of visibility impairment to inform preliminary conclusions on the secondary PM standards. Chapter 3 presents the preliminary conclusion that the available evidence does not call into question the adequacy of the public welfare protection provided by the current secondary PM standards, and that is appropriate to consider retaining these standards in this reconsideration. Chapter 5 also identifies key areas for additional research data collection in order to inform future reviews. So, Judy. Oh, wait. Whoops. To what extent does Chapter 5 capture and appropriately characterize the key aspects of the evidence assessed and integrated in the 2019 ISA and draft ISA supplement on PM-related visibility effects? To what extent does Chapter 5 capture and appropriately characterize the key aspects of the evidence assessed and integrated in the 2019 ISA on PM-related climate effects? To what extent does Chapter 5 capture and appropriately characterize the key aspects of the evidence assessed and integrated into the 2019 ISA on PM-related materials effects? And what are the panel's views on the interpretation of the evidence for PM-related welfare effects for the purpose of evaluating the adequacy of the current secondary PM standards? Specifically, to what extent is the consideration of the evidence, including uncertainties, technically sound and clearly communicated? And 3 more. Panel's views on regarding support for new or updated quantitative analyses. Panel's views of the technical approach taken to conduct updated analyses to inform our understanding of the relationship between PM and ambient air and visibility impairment. Number 6, the panel's views on preliminary conclusions regarding adequacy of the current secondary PM standards and on the public welfare policy judgments that support those preliminary conclusions. Discussion provide an appropriate and sufficient rationale to support the preliminary conclusion that's appropriate to consider retaining the current standards without revision in this reconsideration. What's the panel's views on the areas for additional research? Any additional areas to be highlighted? So now, Judy. That was fast, but
I don't think I can do as fast as you do. But if you really want me to say 3 sentences about the big picture is overall, secondary PM stand-down welfare effects have been severely ignored or downgraded on its importance on both ISA supplement or policy assessment in the entire process. So that with respect to, I don't, we have 10 minutes, right? Before. So that I just make it brief. That in terms of, I will see other panel members that view that overall, I feel that data analysis of major chemical components segregate for the light extinction by region for outdated. We'd like to have more recent data to be analyzed in terms of that's. Maybe I should just group by visibility and climate and the material effect. Or maybe make it easier than group by 7 questions. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So for visibility, they actually play more weight than any other thing, but I strongly disagree with the qualitative preferences stat and the preferences study on one based on one study, and I felt that they should provide most recent analysis. They also should, for the recent years, they also should take the different weight of evidence, taking the approach of the hybrid approach by Canadian, that so that in order to for policy related scenario analysis and to set up a future visual air quality standard. With respect to climate, that I felt that I put 2 examples from the recent physical science basis IPCC 2021. The ISA that was based on 2013, and that information, they are new information, maybe could be updated to provide some perspective. That that in terms of climate change, I also feel a recent study by Harvard group that include a 30-year trend analysis that shows weather penalty of major PM 2.5 chemical composition for sulfate, nitrate, and carbon may be worthwhile to have a visit for that. And so, see, it's very hard to I'm sorry. Try to rush all this through. Well, and also on the it has been talking about increased wildfire and their potential impacts. One of the prominent carbonaceous material in the smoldering phase of the biomass burning is the brown carbon. I felt that that can be EPA does mention that, acknowledge that, but that in terms of radiative forcing established in the 2019 ISA and PA mostly are outdated. They cite a lot of climate forcing numbers in terms of watts per square meter, and that that could be updated with some new information. In terms of material effects, that the original 2019 ISA covered the basis of soiling and corrosion caused by PM deposition. I also advocate that some recent review study and that which I put in my write-up in Europe that uses satellite observation to examine the material damage. Also, another study established the dose response function. Those may be helpful to shed some light on potential mitigation for environmental sustainability. Is that good enough?
That's a start. Let's see what other people have to say.
I can say more, but I think I would just want to use a few minutes.
Yeah, well, and you can put, I think you can put things in the consensus comment and make sure they get, I will make sure we get enough time that they get said in public at that time. There's probably less controversy about this one than some of the other things. George.
Well, when it comes to visibility, I always yield to Judy. I'll be brief. I have some generally grumpy comments in my written individual comments. And the big picture is I just find it hard to take secondary standards seriously in general. If we can't do it for ozone, why the heck are we talking about visibility? Why is the secondary visibility standard for annual set to 15 when the health is 12? I mean, maybe there was some legal action behind that. I'm not sure. But I'm sorry, it's just weird. And then we have the issue that we do have the regional haze rule, and I don't think that was mentioned much, but that's going to be the driver for visibility in the near future down to regional natural background at class 1 airsheds by, well, 2064, but that's coming along. Finally, way back when in previous reviews, there was a recommendation from CASAC to have EPA develop a visibility FRM. That sputtered a bit and then died, and I think that's still something that we should be clearly recommending. So a lot of this it's been done before, and it goes away. So here we go again. Thanks.
All right, next is Jim Boylan.
All right, I have 2 points I'd like to make. The first is the entire visibility analysis is based on the assumption that 30 deciviews is an appropriate target level of protection. And I'm looking at the graph figure 5-2. And well, so the justification they gave was the use of a 3-year visibility metric at a level of 30 deciviews, which is the highest level of visibility impairment judged to be acceptable by at least 50% of the participants in the preference studies that were available at 2012. So I'm looking at the graph in figure 5-2, and I see at 30 deciviews, Washington, DC is at 43%, Phoenix is at 8% acceptability, British Columbia 7%, and Denver is 3%. And are we saying that that is the target? That is, that's what we're shooting for? Because that seems overall to be highly unacceptable based on these numbers, and that it appears a value such as 25 deciviews would have an overall average of acceptability around 50% across the 4 study areas. So that I guess I don't know if I'm misinterpreting that, but it just seems that 30 deciviews just doesn't seem appropriate as the target. And if the target of visibility is lower, then that's going to affect the discussion on, is the secondary standard appropriate? My second comment is somewhat similar to what George said. I don't know if it's the same or different, but no evidence has been presented to support the need for keeping the secondary annual PM 2.5 standard of 15 micrograms, since the entire visibility analysis was based on the upper end of the visibility distribution, looking at the 3-year average of the 90 percentile of daily light extinction. And if the secondary annual PM 2.5 standard is not needed to meet the target visibility protection, then it probably should be removed. So those are my 2 comments.
Thank you. Alexandra.
So I just have a couple comments. I wanted to say that given what was presented, I thought it was appropriate to retain the standards. I just had a couple things I wanted to add. I mean, there's obviously a very clear need for additional studies on visibility preferences, especially in the context of 2 big things. One, rising wildfire and dust emissions, which all of us have been talking about for some time. And second, major increases in national park visitation. So I think that, and also just the context of the COVID crisis and the numbers of people who are enjoying the outdoors, and how that might, their visibility preferences might be very different than the preferences that have been evaluated in previous studies. It would be interesting to know that. So I was thinking that maybe even just a sentence could be added for context on the fact that we are in a new norm where people are going outside a lot more, and visibility preferences have probably changed quite a bit. And so the call for more of those studies. And then lastly, it seems like a recurring theme in the discussions of the last 2 days is the need for greater treatment and evaluation of coarse PM. Even though the policy assessment did make it very clear that it's highly spatially variable, it also made it clear that there are some places that are highly impacted by coarse PM in terms of light extinction. So I just want to echo that, and those are my basic comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Barbara.
So on question one, does it capture and adequately characterize key aspects of the evidence from, I've really just looked at visibility here and looking at this chapter, and there are a couple of things that really should be considered. In terms of predicting visibility from composition, both there's a changing ratio in inorganic sulfate to organosulfate, and the related changes in hygroscopicity will affect visibility predictions. And that should be considered. I suggest it's considered in the future. And also there's a comment about the Northwest and wildfires, which are clearly a major issue in the West, but there are other sources of particulate organic matter or primary organic matter, including wood burning, and that should be acknowledged as long as they're going to talk about the Northwest. I agree in charge question 4. I agree with the assessment that there's a causal relationship between PM 2.5 visibility, climate change, and material damage. I'm not convinced that the policy assessment fully considers the new research explaining regional differences in visibility preferences. And I guess I'm with Jim Boylan on this, that it doesn't really seem to me that the secondary standard is adequate to consider, to account for visibility preferences. It seems like the standard would have to be lower to address visibility preferences of Western residents. And I want to just point out that I'm not talking about people standing in national parks. I'm talking about people wanting to live in the West and see the mountains. And I guess, I'll say that that's why I started working on air pollution, is that I went to college in Los Angeles, 5 miles from the San Gabriel Mountains, and I forgot they were there, and I didn't see them until November. And so, I do think it's important that you can see the mountains. I guess I'd make a plug for a little bit more research. There's research needed to understand, I guess that goes to question 6, research needed to understand and reduce the closure gap when you're trying to predict visibility from composition. And I think I made this comment before, that there's a potential to develop preference studies that may be more quantitative in assessing the value of good visibility. For example, a method that uses the there's an increased a property with a view compared to without a view in the same neighborhood. There's a value given to that view. And so it seems to me like you could do visibility preference studies by looking at the extra value, the incremental value placed on having a property with a view compared to a property without a view in the same neighborhood. So, we're not talking about national parks. We're talking about places where people live, and welfare effects. Then, those are my comments.
Thank you. We are past our extra hour, and I'm sure people are running out of steam. Judy, do you feel like you have enough to do a first draft, and we can try to give you all some extra time to vet your stuff, and maybe can talk offline. We've lost pretty much the rest of the committee anyway.
So, yeah, I don't want to hold everybody up, but they are probably, yeah, that'll be interesting when I send out the draft thing. But I do agree with Jim that the 30 decibel is so arbitrary. And the 25 is more reasonable, but there's a lot to be discussed. I will do my best to draft to see what happened. And so to see if I can get some consensus in the group. How's that?
All right, well, I appreciate that. And anyone else need to chime in before we turn it back over to Aaron?
Well, you still have charge question 7 on research for chapter 3.
Yeah, well, oh, you're right. Do you want, well, we have what? We have Barbara Turpin here. She's the only one left on that group. Do you want to say a couple of things on charge question 7? I won't even read it. It's research for chapter 3, if I remember correctly. Barbara, no, I caught you off guard.
Oh, yeah, I have to find it. So this is chapter 3, question 7.
Yeah, on research.
Okay, here I found it. Well, let's see. I have a few notes. One, chapter 3 has a fairly comprehensive list for research areas. And I just found a couple of more. One is on PM 2.5 background, that there have been substantial improvements in CMAC models' ability to predict the anthropogenic influences on biogenic SOA. And so I think there could be more work, more research done in developing model predictions of background PM 2.5 that reflect that new knowledge. I know Terry made a comment about human exposure studies done with sources and components could eventually be used to help states have the biggest health impact for their air pollution controls. I'm not sure if that goes in, seems like that comes after you set the standards and you're trying to figure out what to do with them. I don't know if Terry's still on.
Oh, yeah.
That goes.
Does that belong here?
I don't know. I forget.
Okay. And then, there's a research recommendation that to encourage future epi studies to report more about the distribution of concentrations.
Yeah, and that was even in the document, I think.
Okay. That's it. That's all I have.
Okay, and we will also give a little more airtime to this, and we can check with individuals about this charge question, since we didn't give it much airtime. All right, Aaron, I appreciate you keeping us on track here at the end. Do you want to close out this meeting for now?
I think first EPA wanted to give a few concluding remarks.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I hope you can hear me. This is Erica Sasser, and I will say there is a fire drill going off in my building, so I'm going to be quick. We just didn't want to pass up the opportunity to say thank you so much to the core CASAC and the panel for all of your work, and we appreciate all that has gone into the last couple of weeks and to your continued deliberations and work. So we really look forward to your consensus advice, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Okay, Leanne, did you have anything else?
Well, we have some summary and action items that was last on the agenda, but action items is mostly for all of us to draft and share our draft consensus comments and to make sure to respond to Aaron about scheduling our follow-up meetings. And I think that that's all we probably need to say right now.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you everyone again. Thank you members of the public for your participation, your public comments. Thank you to EPA, both OAR and ORD, regarding all your hard work in developing these documents. And thank you to all the members of Chartered CASAC and CASAC panel for all of your deliberations. And again, lastly, thank you to our contractors for their AV support. With that, we can be adjourned.
Hey,
Thank you, Leanne. Thanks, Aaron.
Bye, thank
Aaron,
you.
do we have a due date for the consensus response?
Yes, I will send that in a follow-up email.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and for your persistence. I appreciate it.